Good morning, everyone. We are back into the booth, and I'm Mateusz, and with me is Cindra, and we'll host the Poland National Championships Day 2, and we'll have 3 rounds of Classic Constructed first, and then, of course, the top 8 cut, which will be Classic Constructed too.
Yes, so 6 exciting rounds today.
Yeah.
So after which we will crown a new Polish national champion.
That's right.
Yes, so we will soon jump straight to round number 1. Of course, it's early in the morning, so we will have a pretty fast and explosive matchup on stream. Arakni Marionette against Cindra.
Yeah, that's right. Our only... Oh, no, it's both players have 6-1 record, I believe, so
yes,
they went pretty good, both into the draft format and in the Classic Constructed yesterday, so they are ready, they are on fire, and we'll see if they are able to continue their streak.
Yes, so hopefully we will jump to round soon, because I see our players are already shuffling up, so we can see the feed already, so we'll see who will decide to start, of course.
There is a fist bump, so they are ready.
Pretty standard equipment loadout for both players. Of course, Cindra presenting Flamescale Furnace to just present more block, and the most important, the new equipment from Omens, both players playing them the Boots of Omnisword to just prevent those Flick Knives activation.
Yes. They are really important and good feature. Okay, so Arakni is starting, so pitching 2 reds just to swing with a dagger.
Yes, I think Rafał was the winner here and decided to go second, I believe.
For sure. Cindra won the die roll. So
yes, and we immediately see that we are doing the preventing from Boots of Omnisword from the Flick to prevent the transformation into Arakni number 3 and getting that Chelicera activated.
Whoa. So that was pretty intense turn. There was 2 attack reactions, but also a sink below.
Yes, it's about 2 Tarantula toxins. So we'll pump it up to 7, so the 1 damage will get leaked up. Because of course the Hunter's Clave is not a stealth attack, so
yes.
so luckily for Rafał, so only 1 damage got leaked, but still the biggest factor is that Rafał will end up marked, yes, and we will transform into number 4. But also the important part is that Mateusz, because of the 2 Tarantula toxins and that he had to pitch 2 red cards to swing with the Clave, he is playing the turn number 1 without Arsenal.
Yeah, that's really painful for him. I'm sure that he would prefer to Arsenal at least one of these attack reactions to his Arsenal. Well,
but we see that the play patterns that we see from almost every Marionette player. So immediately the Mask of the Seed being used and transforming, of course, into Arakni number 3, blocking the ignite completely.
Yeah. So usually you need to roll a die, but since Rafał is marked, Mateusz would choose the Arakni. So
so we will see if with the 4-card hand, Rafał will be able to present the mask on hit, threaten it, but we see one of the most important cards in the matchup from Mateusz from both sides. So he's Shelter from the Storm to prevent those dagger attacks and Flick Knives activations.
Yeah, that's right. So we are seeing another 3 with Go Again. So it's usually how Cindra navigate turns. So 3 Go Again on hit. There is no mask at the moment, so Mateusz is thinking about his block still. I didn't catch his whole hand before, but we'll see.
Yeah, but if he starts blocking now with let's say real cards from his hand, because he didn't arsenal the cards during his first turn, he still needs to discard a card to his hero ability to make the Chelicera.
Quib,
Yes, so he he really don't want to block because he has Mark of the Black Widow as well, so it's a really important on hit to just, because I believe you need to disrupt the Cindra as much as possible, because the deck is just too consistent at pressuring you. So he's blocking with a blue card.
So during reaction step there are flick knives used, so kunai is thrown.
Yeah, so we'll see if Mateusz wants to use the Shelter from the Storm here, because if he does use the Shelter from the Storm ability, it's like there is no chance for Mask of Momentum to trigger here. But now every attack from now on will be threatening the mask. So now, because of course we don't see the dagger anymore, but because it was flicked, but there is now represented by the dice. There was one more chain link that the Kunai of Retribution has hit.
Okay, so next we have place Headlong Forgo again, but it will get sheltered. So
yes, there is no risk with sheltering hit. Of course, only real attack reaction that Cindra is playing is of course Ancestral Empowerment, and you can't play it.
Yeah, because it's only on the ninja.
On ninja attacks.
Yeah, for sure. But it was good enough chain to re-equip daggers, so Rafał just passing his turn and Arsenal last card.
Yeah, so probably it will be discard to the hero ability. He needs to equip the Chelicera this turn after transforming. But still all the tempo is on Rafał's side.
Yes, the turn 0, like we said, it was like really good for the Rafał. He also had the thing below to not to leak as much damage and use his boots like he wanted to prevent the first flicker hit, so yeah.
Yes, but you still need to equip the Chelicera as fast as possible. You can't give Cindra time. But we see that Rafał is presenting defense reaction in this matchup as well. He's playing a more defensive style. I think it's pretty common from Cindra list lately that they play. I even seen up to 8 defense reactions, and they are really good in this matchup.
Yeah, they usually play the shelters for the mirrors also, and the other things. And
yes, and I even see the Fate for Sins, or of course the Loyalty Beyond the Grave.
Yeah, that's right. So now we see Mark of the Black Widow plus 3 because of the hero activated ability before.
Yeah, and we see block with the Flamescale Furnace, so it's really important to just have those block value. Of course, you losing the potential resources with the usual chest from Cindra, and Rafał, as we can see, doesn't have natural starters, so it's pretty painful. Of course, we got basically 3 new starters in Omens with Draco Fire, really big addition, and we see that a lot of Cindras here in Poland at the top table, so the addition was really important. But of course, sometimes you just do not draw the natural starters, and you have to pitch the red for the kunai, which is really devastating.
Yeah, so the 1 damage was leaked, and then another attack with Go Again, which creates a faulty also. So 3 Go Again. It's still only second chaining, so there is no mask threat yet.
Yes, probably we will see a Flick Knives trigger, Flick Knives being thrown on this and blocking with a Command and Conquer. So still Mateusz is without any, and immediately Mateusz said, I need to keep this 3-card hand. I can't just keep blocking. So he used his Boots of Omnisword here just to prevent the Flick Knives trigger. So there will be no mask possibility this turn. So probably he will take this 3 damage and just try to play with his 3-card hand right now. Or maybe not. He's gonna block.
Yeah. Maybe some changing of decisions, or maybe he doesn't like his resource management because there are both red cards that he blocked with. So
yeah, and really good follow up for Rafał. 4-4-0. but still both players playing without an arsenal, so the turns won't be that explosive from Cindra side, and also Codex of Frailty, of course, one of the best cards in Mateusz deck, is a possibility now. But of course, there is a lot of good red attacks for Rafał to choose from, so it won't be that devastating. And we didn't see Leave No Witness yet drawn by Mateusz, so there is no arsenal disruption yet in his possession. So we will see. But we see already that a lot of damage are being thrown. Of course, you don't want to block the Chalicera, but we already see the two of the Tarantula attacks in turn one. So there is not that much of a threat of it anymore. And we see the Leave No Witness finally being drawn, so it's a really important card. And the new card from maybe not so new anymore, Meat Madness. So it's also a really disruptive on hit for Cindra if you roll the correct.
But Rafał started with Oath of Loyalty, so he's only able to play the Draconic cards this turn, but he created 2 Felties already, so it won't be a problem for him. And so the defense reaction fate for Scene blocked the damage, but then the Flick Knives use, so...
Yes, so we usually don't see the Flick Knives on the first chaining, but we see that basically... I don't believe that we saw maybe Rafał Arsenal to once, but we don't see players arsenaling a card. This playing their hand straight up how they drew it, so there is no setup. Both players believe that they have to pressure the other players, so there won't be those explosive turns. But I believe that he will Mateusz just taking the 4 damage and hoping that Rafał will just arsenal his last card to just make this Leave No Witness on hit pretty devastating.
Yeah, so it's pretty convenient for the Mateusz that it's the first time Rafał actually arsenal his cards, and it's the same turn that Mateusz has Leave No Witness in his hand. So
yes, as he is now starting with the Hunter's Clave, hoping it will hit, and of course mark Rafał so he can swing the Chalicera into the Leave No Witness. Of course, Rafał is taking it. Because of the piercing, there is no possibility of the block with the equipment. So, of course, if he wants to give up the Flick Knives, there is, or the mask, but it's too early in the game. So he will just play the Leave No Witness. We probably will see a block with a free block and these Flamescapes Frenzy. But I see a lot of 2 blocks and only 1 free block in hand. And is a really important starter for him with the Fealty. But he's blocking with the Art of the Dragon Blood.
So just blocking 4?
Yes, I believe it was only a free block in his hand, but he really wanted to start the chain with that card, I believe, with the Fealty that he made last turn.
We are rolling once again, and it's 4 again.
Yes, Mateusz really good at rolling the 4s. It's one of the weaker ones, I believe, but
this one gets go again, yeah?
Yes, yes, but luckily Rafał had a starter in his arsenal, so
Fire Strike Tenet, so 3 go again, +1 for the next Draconic.
Yes.
Okay, it will be blocked.
Yes, and we once again see a block on the first chaining. I will see if Rafał will once again Flick Knives on the first chaining, but he does not. So he believes that he can threaten the mask here with the 4. So probably the 4 will be taken. And still Mateusz without the arsenal. Of course, he wanted to play the Leave No Witness last turn, and he only had a blue in hand to swing the dagger, so he so we will see if he wants to, because I believe from the taking of the 4 damage. He just wants to keep his hand. I don't see exactly what he has. He keeps his hand pretty close to the chest. So, but now, if he blocks this, there is probably will be a Flicknax activation, and
just to prolong the Mask of Momentum thread, yeah.
Yes.
So free go again.
Yes, but pretty smart from Mateusz. Only 1 card in Rafał's hand, so the last card, if he blocks it, but it's 4, so it's a pretty big breakpoint, and there is no equipment that he can easily throw out. Of course, there is no prevention as well, so he can flick the dagger, of course, and from this 3 make it a 4, so basically as an attack reaction.
So it's way harder to block, but it's the third copy of Cut Through, if I'm not mistaken, so it's the last one.
Yes.
But yeah, the threat of the mask and possible getting go again because of the flicking, like you said before. So Mateusz is deciding that it's probably worth to block it with even 2 cards.
Yes, he has to. He can't let the mask trigger this turn. Of course, he could have blocked. I think it's better to block with the tunic at this point because because I believe he will get 1 more tunic activation this game.
Yeah.
But he had to block it somehow because he can't give a card to Rafał to Cindra this turn. So probably we'll see the first time Mateusz just arsenaling and hoping for a bad 4-card hand from Rafał this time around.
Yeah, so there also was marked on Mateusz's side because of the hot heals, so the flicking knives will do damage and create another fatality. There is no arsenal this turn, it's just pain in the backside, so free go again with an on-hit.
Yes. And he, of course, will return to the brute, so he will turn back into Arakni Marionette after this turn, so he is hoping for some pretty good cards, like I think we only see 1 Mark of the Black Widow, so there is pretty big life discrepancy at the moment. He's taking the damage. Of course, Mateusz will flick the dagger with on hit from the pain in the backside.
So it's gonna be 4 damage in total, and still the mark will be the still Cindra player will be marked.
Yes. But I see that Rafał has pretty good hand and also a sink below that can be put into his arsenal. We see a Ravenous Rabble that probably will always be a 4. I don't believe that Cindra players play any blue cards in this matchup. There is no point. And there is also Ancestral Empowerment, but I don't believe there is any ninja attacks here. So this one is Draconic. Of course, it's 4 go again because it attacks Arakni Marionette, so it's really
also marks him,
yes, it's really good tech for this matchup, and it's a very good starter. But I believe that Rafał will have to basically IP1 here.
Yes.
So so I don't know if he now realized that he can't use the Ancestral Empowerment because it was pretty easy block
that must have been the point. So he maybe thought that he will be able to play the Empowerment on the Hound, but yeah, it's not a ninja card, so he just chooses to swing with a dagger. But it's also a problematic swing, I would say, because there won't be a 3rd Draconic Chain Link, so it's only 2. So he will also need to pay 1 to re-equip the daggers to Cindra's ability. So maybe he won't arsenal at all.
Yes, or he will just say that I don't need the daggers because it's pretty risky, of course. But of course, if he draw a natural starter, Draconic starter, it can work out. Of course, with the sink below.
For sure.
He used the filthy. It's early in the day, of course. I didn't see that line as well, of course. It shows that Rafał is 6-1, so he knows his Cindra lines. And of course, the thing below can be put into the arsenal to just prevent even more damage. But it's already 14 life in favor of Rafał here.
14 life difference, and also the arsenal. And only 3 cards in Mateusz's hand. But yeah, he didn't really use almost any of his power cards yet, so maybe he will still get to the point that tempo will be back.
Yeah, we see two very important cards. So Savor Bloodshed, so a pump that will also draw a card on a hit of the dagger, and also the mentioned already red Mark of the Black Widow that can potentially threaten a banish of a card from Rafał's hand.
And also the attack reactions to pump to the attack to the even 10, so there is no way to block it with the reactions now, so Rafał is still thinking about this. Oh no, he just takes 10. He will no longer be marked, but since the Savor was played, so Mateusz will draw a card.
Yes, but Rafał, I believe he made the correct decision. There is no way to make this Chelicera attack with on hit, and there is also a possibility of the third Tarantula Toxin, so I think there is no point of blocking it, but he is getting remarked, so now this Mark of the Black Widow will be for 4. But of course, we see that Mateusz has 0 cards in the hand, so now the thing below will really shine here in this spot.
Yeah, that's exactly the point why you will play it in your deck. We're still thinking maybe about the... Okay, they are just adjusting the HP, but yeah, the thing will surely be played.
Mateusz is clapping his hands. He really didn't want to see this thing below. He wanted to see either block with 2 cards or equipment, and now it's even worse for Mateusz because there is no like really obvious sync target for Rafał, so his hand must be pretty good.
At least decent hand.
Yes. So we will see how he can convert this hand.
There are 2 ignites, I believe, pain in the backside, and I didn't catch the 4th card, but
yeah, so probably ignite will be one of the cards that will be synced away, because of course the you can swing, and we see Art of the Dragon Blood, so one of the better starters here with the fealty that we still have in hand, so it's 4-4-0 go again, so it's perfect start here.
And 3rd time in a row, Mateusz rolls the 4. So.
Yes, so I think the worst one by far in this situation, and again he really wanted the trapdoor, I think, just to have an additional card here to
bonus
block.
Value.
Yes,
but now the ignite is played, so 2 go again, and next activations will be 1 resource cheaper, like the next dagger probably, or maybe it's just the dagger. So kunai for 1 go again, and tunic is throw.
Yes, just to stop the mask, because Mateusz believes that he needs to make something out of his 4-card hand, because if he keeps blocking Cindra, of course, doing Cindra thing, so threatening more than the block value of the hand, so more than 12 damage a turn. So if he will just keep on blocking at such a low life total, he will just leak more and more damage from the Flick Knife activation.
And also there is no way that the tunic will gather 3 counters still, so it's just a perfect timing to just block with it.
And there is no extension of the chain from Rafał, but still more to come.
So if we follow him up with pain in the backside, so 3 go again on hit, throwing a dagger.
Yeah, maybe if he didn't start with the Art of the Dragon Blood, he just prefers to arsenal it, but I believe, like as we saw from the gameplay so far, both players do not want to arsenal at all, so probably we'll see another pain in the backside now played.
The only card that Rafał arsenal was the Sink Below, so he was sure that he will be able to cover the Leave No Witness if Mateusz would play it. So
yes, but we didn't see any Codex of Frailty, and it's a really important card. We saw a lot of daggers being swung this game, and of course with the fealty token that the card makes, it's really disrupting the Cindra turn.
And being only on 8 HP, I believe that Mateusz will may not be able to draw any codex at all.
Yes, probably he will just have to keep on defending here. I think if Mateusz decides to block this pain in the backside, Rafa will just arsenal the last card, because Arakni Marionette with the 4 being with him being as the 4th one, it's not really that threatening in this situation. And of course, with the Filthy still being kept, of course, because Ignite was played, so Filthy will be kept on the board. Rafał has one of the better starters in his arsenal, and he still has the equipment block, so the mask, if there is, for example, a codex into the Leave No Witness, he just have to block with the mask and 2 or 3 block, and he is good to go. So he is now really thinking about whether to play the last card in his hand or not.
So he's probably thinking about the Leave No Witnesses, because we only seen one copy so far. So
yes, and
it's a really possibility that
yes, and let's say it's basically 5 copies because of course of the Codex of Freti, and he is giving go again to the card just to make it draconic, so he can buy back the dagger.
Yes.
So he believes he doesn't need the fealty, because he sees that this game, how it looks at the moment, Mateusz with only 1 card, he doesn't need the fealty anymore. He just needs his starter, so his emergency starter, let's say, so the dagger into the Flick Nice activation.
So he just wants to pressure as much as he can, and also, like you said before, play it around the Codex and the Leave No Witness.
Yes, but he's being pretty punished now with drawing 2 Oath of Loyalty and a Ravenous Rabble, of course, non-draconic attack, because this, if he had the Fealty, this hand would be nasty. It would be 4 go again, into 4 go again, into 4 go again, into Lava Burst.
But
yes.
Without that,
it's pretty awkward, but of course he can pitch the Rabble into, he probably just will take the damage, pitch the Rabble into the dagger, play the 2 of Loyalties, and just Lava Burst for 5, and it's still, I think, too much damage for Mateusz to handle.
It's gonna be like 14 plus the flicking, so 15 in total, I believe.
Yeah, 14, right? 5, 4, 4. Oh yeah, 15. 15
with the flick. Yeah.
Yes. So I believe Mateusz at 6, he will just Rafał, of course, thinking it through. Players have a lot of time still left in the round, so as we mentioned, this will be a pretty explosive first matchup of the day.
Yeah, but Rafał is still thinking, but
yeah, I think I see his cards correctly. So, but still, of course, he wants to calculate everything, and finally he decides to
realize that it's gonna be better to just try to go full aggressive, like he did before. So starting with Oath, 4 go again.
Yeah, we finally see the third Tarantula Toxing, a lot of pumps. I think all of those cards are free blocks, because there is the third copy of Mark of the Black Widow Red, but it's just too late. He would have, of course, block with his whole hand. He would still leak 3 damage, because of course his hand is blocking 12 at the moment, and Rafa will end the turn with both of the daggers equipped, so there is no possibility for him to break his hand. So I believe this game is just over, and we are going through the motions. But of course,
yeah. But yeah, it seemed pretty much like it's in the Rafał hand.
Yeah, we see the block with the last equipment, and he is pitching the Oath of Loyalty to the.
Okay, so maybe we've missed something, or there was no way to play it like we said before. But
I believe it was, because like, why can't you play another Oath of Loyalty after the first one?
Oh yeah, because it's it
Oh,
needs
you
to
can
be the
only
first, the
yes,
first
so
card
yeah.
you play.
Oh yeah, right. I totally
Yeah.
I totally forgot about it. So,
Yeah, so it's gonna be
so this was definitely the better line. So here, of course, we once again see that Rafa knows what he's doing. That's why, and that's why the post about blocking was so long as well. So because we thought it's just such an obvious line.
It's not gonna be 15 in total, but 12. But yeah, still powerful turn.
Yes. And of course, because of the flick and the 4 draconic chain links that were being played, we can keep the 1 dagger and of course keep the threaten of the flick.
So Mateusz just passed his turn, and his opponent is marked. He will get.
Well, we are going for the Chalicera one, but I think the only one that Mateusz wanted is really the trapdoor here. And we see Draco Fire, Lava Burst, and Pain in the Backside. So it's pretty awkward because we can't activate the Lava Burst this turn. It will be just 3 into a 2, but still, just Mateusz have to block with his whole hand. Yes. We can arsenal the Shelter in the Storm. But I believe we will, or we probably will pitch the Shelter just to get the daggers back. Yes, because there is no point. There is 0 pressure coming from Mateusz at the moment. So because he has to basically block every attack, I believe we will see this Lava Burst just for 2. And now on this chaining, we will see a flick of the Draco Fire to buff the Kunai and just buying them both back with Shelter.
Yeah, so it's presenting 2 damage right now, but there is still a possibility to flick the dagger, so it's 3 in total. So it's still Mateusz needs to block. Okay, so 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, but. Still thinking about the block, but yeah. So definitely the changing of the Araknis wasn't great for the Mateusz this game.
Yeah, for sure. He had to use his Master of the Seed, of course, early, but I think it all comes down to the turn 1. He only leaked 1 damage. He had to throw his Kunai, and basically Rafał got all the tempo, and of course, like, I believe Mateusz blocked with like 2 cards on turn 1, but still Arakni Marionette with only 2 card hand. He has to throw something back, but then he couldn't arsenal again and again, and basically it spiraled into him being on the back foot for the whole game.
Yeah, that's right.
Of course, here at least because of the Arakni number 3. His Chalicera attacks cost 1 less, so he can threaten something. But of course, Rafał knows that he can't possibly die from 10 without flick knives, without anything, of course, with 2 cards. So he's respecting the last Tarantula Toxin that is now being deployed. And we'll see if Rafał wants to, because now he can just, if he has a defense reaction, he can just use it without the possibility of Tarantula Toxin. But we see Rafał going to 6, and he will just and we see first Codex of Frailty finally. So we will see the Leave No Witness being deployed.
A bit late.
Yes, but Rafał still has his Mask of Momentum. Of course, it didn't trigger it once this game, but of course just the threat of it made Mateusz blocking so much harder.
So also creating a ponder and a frailty for his opponent, and now Rafał needs to discard a card from his hand to put 1 of his attacks back into the arsenal. That's why the Leave No Witness was chose by Mateusz, because it's always be a threat at that time.
Yes, I believe the best target might be Ignite here, because it will threaten 1 damage and but of course there is Felty token, so the daggers, the daggers will matter, so probably not. So we'll see if it's maybe something like Ravenous Rubble. He's discarding the Dracofire. Of course, he doesn't want to swing with the daggers this turn, and he chooses Lava Burst to Arsenal. That is really interesting, because I believe he will have to block with a card this turn just to protect the Lava Burst, and he is also seeing another defense reaction. This time, is that all you got? So really interesting tech, mainly I believe for the Cindra Mirror. So it's blocking really efficiently the Ignites and the Daggers attack.
So now at the beginning we see that the activation of the Draco Flames, so first resource gain, and the Kunai is still gonna be used, so there is no damage because of the frailty token.
Yes, but it's just for the chaining, so he just will do probably extender into
lava burst.
Lava burst. So the Dracofire resource from the banishing really carried here, because I believe Mateusz will just to have no way of blocking it if he doesn't have a defense reaction in his arsenal.
Because it's still 4 go again more than possibility of flicking the daggers
into 4 from arsenal because of the Felty token, but it's still more than enough. So so Mateusz goes to 1. He knows that what is waiting for him. He will just block for 3. Or even for 2. Yes.
And that will be a game. Rafał is our winner. Cindra takes it all and goes 7-1 and winning the first round of today. So only 2 more rounds for him.
Yes. And I believe all our 8 and 2 players will make it to the top 8. So just 1 more game for Rafał, hopefully, and he will just manage
1 more round. But still, Mateusz still has his chances. He just needs to go 2 more rounds. We have small mistakes. The feature match winner is Rafał, not the Bartosz, but that's way.
Yes. So hopefully we'll get Rafał for a quick interview, because this match of course was pretty quick, so maybe the break between the rounds right now will be a little bit longer than normal, but hopefully we will get our winner to just to hear about his thoughts about this matchup and classic constructed, and of course the nationals overall. So we will come back after the quick break, hopefully with the interview.
Yeah, so we are back into the booth with the Rafał, so the feature match winner on Cindra, of course. So how do you like the matchup Cindra against the Arakni?
So I would tell that it's very roll dice dependent. So like winning the roll dice gives you like 20%, I believe, something like this. I'm not sure about the exact statistics, but like I feel really well going second. So that was already something.
And also the turn 0 of the game was not that great for the Mateusz. Yeah, you basically had the thing also. I'm not. There was turn 2 as toxin, but
but I know what you mean. Like using 2 toxins there is not good, but like toxin value in this matchup, I believe it's a bit lower.
Yeah, for him it's harder to use it, but there was no arsenal that turn because of the whole situation.
To be honest, like I also consider Mario for this tournament, and I think that having the mark after the turn 0 is very valuable. Of course, he lost the value on the lack of the arsenal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was not happy to see the second toxin. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So overall, that was a great game by your side. The line was basically perfect. You felt probably that you were ahead, like you said before, that you were already happy because you won the die roll on the start, and also Mateusz rolled 3 times in a row the 4th Arakni.
With my perfect dice. Thank you, dice.
So it was all prepared,
yeah, everything was there. Yeah, I was like feeling good there. His hands in the beginning were not so great. Like there was not much danger. There was a way to easily block it. Like even with the Mark of the Black Widow, right? There was just a 6. Like it's not the turn when you want to do it, and I can just use the furnace. So definitely there was a problem, right? And at the very end, I knew he has not seen any codex yet, right? So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I wanted just to apply the pressure. That's why some of the lines seemed awkward, but I felt that this is the way to win, just keeping the daggers on.
And also avoiding to arsenaling the card, you only arsenal once, I believe, and it was the defense reaction for the Leave No Witnesses, so yeah.
Overall, I'm trying to keep it open because altogether I'm having like quite a lot of reacts there, so I know that they will happen, right? Yeah. And I knew that like I only saw, I believe, at this moment 2, right? So I was just prepared that I need to put there because he will be blocking out. The moment when I will draw it, I will have less output, and because of it, I'll need this spot, right? And sometimes I was aware that there were some misses in the deck where I just can have like a difficult turn. But in the end, when I like had a look at my graveyard, I saw that it should be enough starters. So I used like, for example, this last Felty token, right? Because I needed the daggers, and then of course
there was double oath.
Wasn't the best. Yeah, I already heard from Wojciech that there was a great line of double oath there.
Yeah, the double oath. Yeah, we were so just 15 damage. The game is almost over at that point. Yeah, but we of course missed that. At least you didn't, so yeah.
Don't worry, I also, when I drew this hand, I saw that I used the Felty and was, the game is almost over. But I think it was not exactly the same.
So with 7-1 right now, you are on right tracks to make a top, so 2 more runs of Classic Constructed. How do you feel about the...
To be honest, I don't know how to say, depending on the matchups, like I try to approach it round by round, right? So whatever happens, that happens, like to be honest, like I try not to think about it too much.
Yeah. Okay, so makes sense. So yeah, thank you for the interview. Good luck into last 2 rounds of Swiss at least, and I hope we will see you after some matches in Top Cut also.
Good luck in the last 5 rounds.
Exactly. Yeah, after that it's Top Cut, of course. So yeah, we'll take a short break and we'll be back into round 9 later. so welcome back. We'll have another matchup for you. This time around it will be a Dorinthea Iron Song, but unfortunately it's gonna be against a Cindra one again, so...
Yes, a lot of Cindras on our top tables, but we wanted to feature the Dorinthea from Lemur. He's one of the more dedicated Dorinthea players that I know, so we will see how this matchup will go.
And also a filler of our community, since the beginning, so...
Yes, true. And we'll see. Usually, Dorinthea prefers to play against slower decks. Of course, it's a bane of existence of every Gravy Bones player.
Yeah, but also the how the deck usually functions is also good against the aggro races.
Yes, of course. Cindra doesn't want to block a lot, so the counters can stack up on the downblade, but we already mentioned during the last round that now Cindras, because of the presence mostly of the Arakni Marionette, are playing much more defense reactions that we usually see from the aggro decks. So we will see if this will be a big problem for Dorinthea.
Yeah, the defense reactions since the beginning of the game are the best way to deal with Dorinthea, because she's usually built around the attack reactions and of course the Dawnblade, the weapon. So yeah, they are still shuffling a bit. So
yes, so we will jump straight to the round. We will see the equipment loadout. We will see if our Cindra player still decides to bring, we can say, the fridge. So start with the Flamescale Furnace and of course, once again, I believe this matchup will be a lot die roll dependent. So the person that will go second will have a big advantage, and we see like the whole loadout is Dorinthea focused for Lemur. He has, I believe, his custom-made Dorinthea hero. So we really see that he's committed to his craft.
And also we can see that both of those players have the same sleeves, so they are teammates. So they probably
yes. So pretty sad that they believe they have to play each other, because I believe only one person at X3 will make it to our top 8. So it will be pretty hard for the loser of this game to make it. But of course, the winner still has a chance to clutch it up in the last round. And
yeah, that's right. So it's a really important round for them.
Yes.
And we'll see. Okay, they are rolling the die. Yeah, so it's 8.
8 to 9,
yeah.
I believe. So I believe Piotr will have a decision.
And he probably will go second.
Yes. I believe that as well. So we'll see if Lemur will try to push some damage round 1, and we see the Flamescale Furnace. So it will probably be the standard build of Cindra that is just trying to pressure as much as possible, but also.
So for the Cindra is the standard loadout versus this kind of matchup, but in the Dorinthea there is a balance of justice, the grains, and the boots with gives the weapon attack go again. So
yes, and the Blairford Bracers at the arm slot. So I think only not stock option is of course the balance of justice, but I believe it might be the best option against Cindra if Cindra of course makes a big turn with pushing an on hit of the mask with ancestral empowerment. You can use the balance of justice to draw an additional card, and we see that Lemur is just trying to set up. He is playing a card that makes an agility token for his next turn, so he
buffs the next attack, but he'll probably just so actually he swings.
Yes,
is Dawnblade, so it's 6 this time.
Yes, and also the interesting thing we see that he is playing the Arakni mark card, and also a Warmonger's Diplomacy. So he's playing a blue card in his deck. So of course his Rabel's Rabel will be worse, but of course it's a free block against Dorinthea, and it it can just slow the Dorinthea down if it's being played as the last card during the chain.
That's right. So agility was made, Arsenal, and
yeah, of course, Lemur decided to just throw the hand, basically make a gamble that Piotr won't have a starter, and he does not have it. So he has to pitch a card just to swing a dagger. So it's pretty good, and we already see that Lemur
blocks with the bolters,
blocking with the bolters. So when the time comes for him to just give go again to his weapon that just has hit, he won't lose the value of not blocking with it.
So then we actually seen the starter, but it's following up with another attack with a go again, so it's 4 go again.
Yes.
And faulty token was made, and okay, so then we are using attack reactions to flick a dagger, and after all of that, we are finishing turn with lava burst for 5.
Yes, of course, he had a starter, meaning go again attack, but of course it's draconic, it's ninja attack, not draconic, even though it seems like a draconic on the art of the card because it's super red, but of course the filthy generator attack requires you to have it being at second draconic chaining at least to give it go again. So so just to make this lava burst alive this turn, he had to swing with the dagger first, which is unfortunate, but we see that Lemur just fully blocked with his equipment turn 1 just to prevent the draw from the mask, and he really wants to put the first counter on his downplay as fast as possible.
Yeah, so basically to take all the tempo back in his hands.
Yes, so he still so now he only has 2 block on his equipment, but the last counter is the most important one, I believe, on the equipment because he can cover the 4 damage swings. And now we see it's an attack for 5 with go again, and
also there is an on hit that if it hits, Lemur will draw a card because it's Steel Blade Supremacy, Dorinthea specialization, and how the Dorinthea works, if she hits her weapon, she can swing another additional time.
Yes. And of course, now the big puzzles begins. If Piotr just wants to throw his whole hand, trigger the reprise effect, or he just wants to take this damage because, of course, it's pretty tricky.
Yeah, so he probably don't have any defense reaction in hand just yet, so it's way harder to prevent the Dawnblade from hitting because Lemur probably have some attack reaction in his hand.
Of course, it's best to just park the defense reaction in the arsenal so we don't trigger the reprise, the clause that we defended from hand. And of course, it's pretty tricky. Those players, as you mentioned, are teammates, so probably Piotr is really familiar with this matchup, but for a lot of players, Dorinthea is not really a big player in our meta game, so it's pretty, I believe it's pretty tricky for a lot of players to just block it correctly, so you can get caught off guard. So that's why we already, it should be a pretty fast matchup as the last one, but we see already that it's a really big decision for Piotr already, how he wants to block this downblade.
So it's not indicated right now, but it's 5 go again.
Yes.
And we'll see whether Piotr decides to block. He's still evaluating his hand, but probably.
Yes, of course, with Dorinthea, the attack has to hit for the swing, so for the go again to matter.
Yeah, but there is no block declared, so since it's hit.
So I believe that there is only 2 options, so it's no blocks or just block with the whole hand and try to make Lemur's hand much worse, because there is sometimes just no go again card for Dorinthea. But Piotr believes that he needs to convert his whole hand, or maybe he will try to block it out on the second swing just to prevent the counter.
Yeah, but the supremacy worked for a whole turn,
yes.
So an additional swing will be at least as big as the first one. But still on the on-hit, Lemur chose to pay 1 to create a Vigor token.
Yes. And he is swinging once again for 5. And still with 2 cards in the hand, we probably will once again see no blocks. We'll see if the reprise will. I believe it's Singing Steelblade. So they're +1, and you can tutor a card from your deck.
But it only works
only
blocks,
yes, and on the reprise, and we see a provoke being drawn. So he would really prefer to have this provoke, so the disruption effect on the hit. So basically, Piotr made a correct gamble here, because even with the 2 cards drawn, basically Lemur has to IP the 2 cards and just Arsenal, and Piotr, of course, just takes the vanilla damage, let's say the 10 damage, and he has his whole turn set up.
Yeah, but also since Lemur hit twice, there is a counter on the Dawnblade, so his weapon swings will be more powerful next turns. But yeah, back to the Piotr, and he starts with an Ignite, like we said before.
Yes, he has a pretty good hand. He has another Ignite that he can put into his arsenal, so he will have just a simple turn, Ravenous Rabble into the Lava Burst, and of course Ravenous Rabble now shows a red, but it's not always that way, because we already saw the Warmonger's Diplomacy turn 0.
There are at least some blue cards. Like.
Yes, so there is some misses for the Rabble, and we see the Lava Burst. We will see the back of the 1 dagger here, and arsenaling the Ignite. So really good starter for next turn, and now we will see if Piotr will try to stem the bleeding with this Shelter of the Storm being drawn. So maybe he will try to get rid of this counter, because of course Dorinthea said that if the weapon didn't hit, the downblade didn't hit this turn, the counter will be moved. But we see one of the best cards in Dorinthea.
It seems that the Lemur tries to keep his tempo, so he he blocks with all of his equipment. There is no more equipment block available for him for the rest of the game, and Piotr still has plenty of value on his set. So
yes, but I believe Lemur really wants to keep or put a second counter now on the downblade, because of course that is like pretty much a snowball effect. So
due to the 2 Vigor tokens he created last turn, he is able to play Warrior's Valor, so his weapon is swinging for 7 right now, and once it hit, he'll also go again, so he can swing additional time.
Yes, and of course, even if he, of course, we now see that Piotr is blocking, triggering the reprise. Pretty risky.
It's 7, and we block for 8, if I'm not mistaken, because running Renegade blocks for 2.
Yes, and we see Iron Song response, so +3 for 0, because the reprise was triggered. So it's covering 10. So it's 10 and it's 12 on the defense. Yep. And we see the Singing Steelblade that I saw last turn, so it was Arsenal. Now the reprise is triggered. We have 2 resources, so we will see what cards Lemur decides to play here, because I believe that this downblade now will hit, and we will get a go again.
He still needs to grab some reactions, and he is thinking about taking Blade Flurry, because it's +2 is enough to go. So be bigger and hit this turn, and also his next attack will get +2 as well.
Yes.
So it's probably 12 into 13 to 12, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So we see the players now counting. I believe it will go 1 through as well. if the players didn't make a mistake. And
So
the most important part is that the Blaze Warrior will give a +2 for the next attack. So the next attack will be for 6. So there is no way for...
I would say that it's gonna be probably 7 because of the bracers too, because there is no more possibility to create a Vigor token. So
yes, so it will be for 7. Of course, the 6 could have been defended with the mask, the flick knives, and the free block, but of course it's like giving up the game. So now the snowball begins because it's 7 damage being connected. Piotr has only 1 card in hand, and there is 2 cards only in Piotr's hand. So 1 card in hand, 1 card in the arsenal, and we need to remember about those boots that Lemur has. So basically, it's like one-time get out of jail free cards. So even if he doesn't draw the go on again enabler, he just can crack up the boots. And
so, like you said before, it's against Dorinthea is usually either you block or you don't block at all. And so first turn Piotr did it correctly, but this time he tries to block. He thought maybe his 1 defense reaction is enough, but like we seen, it wasn't. It was perfect.
I believe if he defended with the last card in his hand, of course, if it's a blocking card, maybe it's a Draco Fire. We didn't see that. And it's Ravenous Rabble. So even this two block Ravenous Rabble would be enough for Piotr to just take some of the tempo back, and now we see how devastating it was that only the leak of the 1 damage was spiraled into another counter on downblade and 7 more damage from the second swing.
The decision also to block seems a bit strange because we've seen that Lemur didn't use like 2 cards the turn before, so he should so we could assume that he had reprises.
Yes, and we saw that Lemur was sure that he needs to push the on-hit. That's why he was blocking, maybe a little bit telegraphing that because of how aggressive he was blocking with the equipment. But now we really see that Lemur with the 2 counter downblade and Piotr already at 22 will just try to push as much damage as possible. I believe if he can keep up the counter this turn, he will just win the game in the next 2 turns because the Cindra won't be able with 4 card hand present those 17 life totals.
And Lemur also must light his hand because he just take all the damage that Piotr presented that turn. So we'll probably see some big swings. Yeah, we are still thinking.
Yes, there is at least 2 blue cards I see in Lemur's hand. So we will see how he wants to convert. He really is thinking about it, and I don't really see the first 2 cards that he's holding. But as we already mentioned, he just if the downlane hits, he can just crack the boots. Oh, and he had 3 blue cards, so he's pitching blue cards to play Trot Along, so giving his weapon a go again. Of course, with the weapon is 5, but its base is still 3, so Trot Along will give it go again.
Yeah, so it's 5 go again.
And now we'll see once again if Piotr wants to stop this on hit or
he didn't draw any defense reaction, so
yes,
once again it's pretty hard to block the Dorinthea correctly without them. So
yes, so we will see because he just puts 2 cards back to block. So we'll see if he once again wants to block like half and half.
That turn seems really important to try to get rid of the counters on downblade.
Yes, a little bit stem the bleeding. Yeah.
Also, he already see that Lemur had at least 2 blue cards. So
there is no like a really important pump at the start of the turn. So a lot of times Dorinthea is playing all the 9 copies of the Warrior's Valor because it's such an important card. So it's giving a lot of info to Piotr because the Trot Along, of course, it's a blue block free, but sometimes you just have to play it. And we see Piotr is really agonizing over the decision
whether he should block or not. Maybe he's also thinking about giving up his equipment pieces to just try to block it completely.
Yes, but we have to remember that Lemur is completely out of the block on his equipment. So now the threatening of the mask and like possibility of drawing a card is much more likely now that you just can't cover up those for breakpoints. Yes, with those equipment. So really giving up the mask is a big task here. But I saw at least 2 free blocks in Piotr's hand. One of them was Ancestral Empowerment and the other is a Lava Burst. So the hand is pretty bad because there is, I think, a cut through as well. So
it also should probably track Piotr to deciding to block because he couldn't really convert his hand.
So I think his hand is blocking for 8 at the moment. So if he just put his hand down, he will be covering a pump like attack reaction, like the +3 reprise. So we see that there is a lot of decisions here.
Take it all. So
yes, so we see that there is probably there is activating of the Brave for Bracers and swinging once again for 6.
And Piotr chose not to block at all. So like we said, this time he chose not to block at all. So
yes, and we will see because I didn't see the 2 other cards in his hand. And there is 3rd counter on the downblade, so next turn it will just swing 1 for 6.
Yeah, but once again, Lemur ends the turn with more than 1 card.
Yes.
So,
but I believe I didn't see his whole hand, but it was pretty unfortunate for him to draw this many blues in one hand. But we see that. We have a pretty good starter. We have a cut through that will probably will have go again. We will see if Piotr wants to flick the dagger here to just make sure that there is no things like Shelter from the Storm to punish him with the cut through, because of course the dagger has to hit.
But after playing the Ancestral Empowerment, he drew another attack with a go again.
Yes, so now if Lemur decides to block the 2nd chain link, so that is the most usual thing, he will just try to flick the dagger, but I think that the 2nd card is the Shelter from the Storm in Lemur's hand, but with the glare I don't...
I will say so that it's a Shelter too.
Yes, but the flick is connecting, so Lemur decides that it's better to get the 4 value, and it's Shelter from the Storm from the Shelter as a defense reaction instead of discarding it. But it's really good news for Piotr because now this cut through is a really good chain extender, and with this Lava Burst he just has a lot of damage to just push Lemur, but I believe Lemur just can and he's taking the 4 damage. He is.
Oh, that was interesting.
Yes, because taking of the 4 damage means that his balance of justice now is active, so he will just will be able to draw a card, and now another damage gets leaked and a Lava Burst. So we will see if Lemur remembers, of course, that he can draw a card.
He probably let Piotr draw the 2nd card just to use his
balance. because I believe he drew some. He needs to make his hand work, and I see that there is a +3 attack reaction with reprise. So we will see if once again Piotr just decides to not block. But I believe it's pretty bad for him, because we still have those reflector bolters. So if he just let through the first attack, then he have to defend the second one, and then the reprise will be active, because we have no arsenal, so there is no possibility for a defense reaction from arsenal.
Basically, because of how many counters Lemur gathered previously, it's no way that Piotr will need to block something at that turn, because it's at least 2 swings for 6.
Yes, of course. You can just gamble that there is no things like Blade Fury, so attack reaction that do not require reprise to be triggered. So of course he still have 4 block on his equipment, so he is basically, let's say, at 15 life without blocking with a card from hand. So it will.
Since Lemur is at 2 HP, it's probably the mask won't trigger anymore. So
the on hit will be a dead Lemur. So we'll see. It's once more really important decision for Piotr.
So since Piotr gets so much life difference, wouldn't it be better for him to just try to block the first attack as much as he can?
Yes, and he has a lot of free blocks in his hand, and
there's of course a possibility of getting go again onto the sword, and also playing cards like Twinning Blade to be able to swing again, so maybe he'll try to play it around it.
Yes, he's blocking 6, and he has a shelter from the storm in the hand, so he is covering for only 1 defense attack reaction, and we see that we have a glint with a Quicksilver, so he's just giving it go again. But I believe Lemur just played it to draw a card, because we still have the reflection bolters, and we see
the response. So it's 9-6, but of course Piotr has their defense reaction, like you mentioned, so it's 9 against 10 right now.
Yes, and we will see if Lemur, of course, if he would have another attack reaction, I think he would just slam it immediately. So now it's a really good position for Piotr, because if it will be end of the turn right now, and Lemur will IP himself once again, so just end the turn with a card in his hand.
Not only the life difference would be too great to overcome, but also he will lose all his counters on the Dawnblade if he didn't hit that turn.
And I think we already saw 2 shelters from the storm from Lemur's side. So, and I believe this is the only prevention effect that Dorinthea is playing. So there is still, of course, the threat of the flick knife. So basically, Piotr needs to keep only 2 cards, only 1 card in hand for the next turn, to just flick the knife and then do it again. Okay, but we see that there is a perfect answer. So Singing Steelblade, we can probably get another Blade Flurry to make the next attack
I
even
would say
bigger.
That probably Lemur will try to play another defense reaction from Piotr's side.
Yes, around that. Yes, and we see the Sword Master Shine, I think, is a +5.
Yeah, so he noticed that he for sure needs to swing at the first time, and then after that he is in the great spot. Just
because if he took the Blade Flurry, another defense reaction from Piotr will just blow him out. So it's a really good decision for Lemur, because there is a lot of damage now. Now we have, of course, the go again from the Glint, the Quicksilver, so we don't even need to use the bolter, so we still have this get out of jail free card.
Yeah, and the last swing is for 7, I believe, because of the Braveforge Bracers.
Yes, so we probably will get another counter, and we'll keep the counter, because the weapon already hit, so we need to give the whole equipment sweep, and Piotr is making
blocking
a gamble.
Yes,
so taking 3 damage, Lemur will get another counter because Piotr needs to keep the last card in hand to just throw an attack and flick the dagger to make Lemur go to 1 HP and try to finish him off next turn. And I believe that Lemur drew full red hand. Yes. So
that's
after the gamble might just paid off because Piotr, if he draws for example 3 blocks and can keep any attack to just flick the dagger, and there is no the last shelter from Lemur, he just wins.
It's still gonna be so hard because it's like 10 damage already because there are 4 counters on the Dawnblade.
Yes.
Plus the unsheathed, so
so he's just blocking with his full hand.
He blocks for 11, I believe.
Yes, and there is a Blade Flurry.
So 1 damage will get through.
Yes.
So it's not enough to end the game, but also the counters will stay on the Dawnblade.
And basically there is the Piotr just to have to draw up his hand. And the attack for 7 will be just too much.
Yeah, Piotr is shaking his head. He's probably regretting the decision that he made the previous turn. Just he did not block the whole swing like with all his hands, and now he's just forced to do it
every
once
turn.
again. But there will be too much, too big of attack reactions. So the Lemur is our winner. The Dorinthea gets through up to 7-2. So he's really close to getting into top 8.
Yes, and we see that Dorinthea really can just try to put Cindra in this spot that she has to block every turn with the whole hand, and I'm really impressed. So because Lemur was the player starting this game, so
that's right.
Yeah, it usually much favors the player going second, but I believe that the game really turned upside down when Piotr blocked with the 3 cards. He left the Ravenous Rabble, and the 1 damage was leaked when there was 2 counters on the Downblade, and
that's exactly a decision that I would probably question myself. But of course, they are playing on the stream on the stake, so it's harder to evaluate it well, and we also see both player hands, so it's easier for us to decide.
But I believe like even with pretty unfortunate draws a lot of the time, so the turn with Dorinthea specialization that Lemur still had to like be left with 2 cards and like 3 cards, because the 2 cards was left in hand and 1 was Arsenal. Yeah, with the full red hand, with the full blue hand, he still like managed to keep his resources. He really knew what card to Arsenal. So the Singing Steelblade, for example, was really clutch this game. So
so he played around all the things that Piotr could have done.
Yeah, so he knew like we saw his Dorinthea mastery really on display here. So hopefully we will catch him for the interview as well. So we will see, of course, why he took Dorinthea. We know why. Like he's really, as you could have seen, really devoted to the deck. So
and for a long time.
Yeah. So we will talk about the Dorinthea and why. For him, it was a good metagame choice for this tournament.
So we'll go to quick break and get the Lemur for the interview for you. So thank you.
Hello, so we are back with our round 9 feature match winner, Lemur. At the start, congratulations on your win with all things Dorinthea, and you will be playing your win and in next round for the top 8. So you chose Dorinthea for this tournament. We already mentioned it on stream that you love the hero, you are really devoted to it, but do you think it was best choice for this tournament? Or
I thought it will be the best choice, providing that Victor will last week. Unfortunately, that did not happen, so I just have to dodge him in gem. I've managed to do that so far. We'll see how that goes until the end of the tournament, but I think that Dory, with the new cards from Compendium and just Compendium mostly, is really well positioned to counter Gravy, Cindra, Phi, which are decks that are mostly Gravy and Mario are good into Victor, but if we don't have that much Gravy, I thought we will have more this tournament. But she is really good to the rest of the field. I have many like 50-50 matchups that I can actually play the game and try to win on my experience. I've played 3 different warriors this tournament, so Gem was really good to me so far. I've actually was paired into Victor, but there was a repairing, so I've dodged that, so yeah.
Yeah, so there is a lot of Cindra on top tables. Yes. You just won against Cindra. How do you feel in this matchup? Do you feel favored? Because we are really impressed that we thought this matchup will be much more favored towards the player going second, but you went first and you managed to win the game.
Yeah, so I've lost the die roll, so I was forced to go first, but I think Dory is pretty favored if I go second. If I'm going first, I still have options, mainly because I have enough armor to just regain tempo, and the Twinning Blade and also now Flurry, which is really important, give me an opportunity to treat my opponent out of resetting my Dawnblade. So even if Cindra, because Piotr is playing some defense reactions, unfortunately he did not draw any, so just like 1, I think. So I can still manage to, if they put whole hand on the table and try to reset the counter, I still can treat that a little bit, and I have now more options to get these additional attacks even without hitting. So
we saw that for Cindra it was like agony every turn to just block it correctly, and the counters kept on stacking. So probably that's it. I have no more questions for you. So we will now just let you go to just prepare for the final round, and hopefully we will get a chance to cast more of your matches and top 8. So good luck in the last rounds, and
thank you very much.
And once again, congratulations. And we will catch a quick break at the moment, and we will come back with the last round, and we will see how our top 8 will shape up.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Polish Nationals. So I'm actually not playing anymore in the tournament. I ended 4-4, and it's a good opportunity to join Mateusz and Wojtek to comment some other games. We are now before the last round of our Swiss round with Classic Constructed, and we had to take another Cindra for the stream because there are a lot of
so many Cindras at the top tables.
Yeah. We managed to find our Victor. Is also eligible for win and in and joining other players in top 8. We are sure that Paweł that he will be playing against on Cindra is actually locked in for top 8. So we can see if Victor manages to take the game. We know that...
Yeah, but still Paweł plays the Cindra, so he also would like to be higher on the seats, of course, to be able to choose whether he will go first or second, of course.
That is very important in Cindra mirrors, that he could face a lot in top 8.
Yes, or other aggressive decks like we see in the Dorinthea, or also the
there is one fight that can make top 8. So I think we can go to our stream table if that's possible. I think the players will
might be ready
soon ready.
Second.
I will just try to fix something with the microphone if we have any issues, but I think we can join our players on our stream table. They are
shuffling a bit,
but I think they will end it soon, and we can swap. Yeah, so we can see there is a Paweł mirror, one on Victor, one on Cindra. Paweł ended day 1 7-0, and with our calculations, he's probably locked in for top 8. But as Mateusz mentioned, the ties are also very important. We can see that one of our players is having some issues, so maybe
Victor's
you can...
gone missing, but yeah, for sure it's gonna be a quick...
He's probably
just grabbing some water or maybe a piece of paper to...
Or asking a judge about something. I think he lost something. There might be an issue with judges, so we can... I think we can quickly wait for them, or we can swap back to our faces to just talk about it.
Yeah, maybe he's only searching for something like a token that...
Yeah, we had one player that lost his card in a hotel before round 1 of today, and he had to quickly find it on site.
But it's the third round. Yeah,
it's third round, so that will be more tricky. Okay, he found the last card.
Now everything is fine.
And we can quickly jump. So Cindra Victor is a tricky matchup, so we know that Victor is playing a lot of clashes, and he should be winning most of them throughout the game, but every Victor player that is with us, he can confirm that it's not always that easy. You can show from clash, you can show another clash into another clash.
Win percentage of winning clash is of course high, but sometimes
it can be messed up, and that's why I'm not playing Victor in this tournament, because I played some games against Filip Mikołajczyk, a very good player from Poland, and I lost 3 games because my win percentage on clashes was like 50%. And after that I decided I won't be doing that on nationals because it's just too much for me. But we know that Paweł is playing more aggressive version of the Victor, so a more clashing one that wants to...
It's probably better for him when he faced Cindra, to have all of those clashes, to take the tempo back and just swing back. Also tries to crush and just be as annoying as he can, so Paweł cannot use his hand well.
Yeah, of course, like clashes that discards card, create a gold token, so we can draw another card in the turn, and that's the worst version for Paweł Sosnowski to play against. As you mentioned, they just make a high roll. There's draw. 6 for Paweł Sosnowski and 7 for Paweł Romanowski. So as Victor, we can probably assume that he would like to go second. There is a fist bump.
There was a powerful bump because everything is shaking, but yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And there is an interesting choice for Paweł Romanowski, but I think not that interesting. Like the Crown of Dominion, it's usually the card you want to pick as your headpiece. There is a Balance of Justice, of course, and we know that...
we are not sure if he has one in the list, or...
Maybe he just decided to just play Crown of Dominion and just leave
have the gold
Balance of Justice,
already set up, and Paweł is...
Oh, he found one of his only cards, blue card in deck list. So I assume so. And
so swinging with a kunai, so of course one go again. Try to leak some damage during first turn.
I think he will be able to do this, but we can see the first Clash of Might being shown, and the Ripple Away is winning that one
against the London version of Sink Below. But so
one Might already there for Victor, but he's just blocking with everything. There is test of strength, so we can assume that this will be a win, as we know from Clash of Might.
Yes, for sure it's a win, and also he creates a gold, so he drew a card from the Victor's ability.
We have a Ripple Away, not so useful against Cindra, but of course if there is a display loyalty, it creates 50 tokens, so if Paweł manages to play that with he can play that with Ripple Away.
Probably won't use its ability to to get rid of one felty, but
there is an option.
Of course.
I was playing Kasai, so Ripple Away is very annoying against Kasai because
there's another clash.
Yeah. But we assume that it's just for blocking, nothing will happen there as Paweł is not having any aura.
An aura, but there is none.
Clash of Bravado.
Yeah, that's right.
Paweł is reading the card. He just makes sure nothing bad happens for him.
Yeah, so it's turn 0, but there is already 3 clashes on the train, so...
And we can see Paweł is playing Ancestral Harmony?
Ancestral Empowerment.
Ancestral Empowerment,
so
this one, yes.
Going up to 4, so 1 more than the block, so some damage will be leaked. Of course, there was a flicking of a knife before, so it's 2 damage already, and he's finishing that with a snatch.
Yeah, but we can see that Paweł is not having 3 Draconic Chain Links, but he has 2 and 1 floating from Throw Dagger, and he can buy back.
So he still will be able to
buy back his dagger, yes, that's correct. And also finishing it up with the Snatch and having defense reaction in arsenal is a good option.
Yeah, so Paweł will take 1 and draw a thing that we seen before, and also re-equip the dagger. And he will just arsenal. He's think about what arsenal choose, because he has 3 cards in hand, 2 drawn from the one from the mask and the 1 from the snatch.
So there's 1 card that Victor player wanted to keep in his hand. I forgot what one of that was. Do you remember what card it is?
I'm not sure, to be fair. Yeah, I focus so much on the thing, so...
Oh, it's Spinal Crush, I believe, as I could see that. So that makes some sense to just attack for 10 with Might token and hoping for a crash
especially
effect.
That Paweł did not bring the furnace with him, so it's is the vest that creates resources, so it's Spinal for 10, of course, with a crash effect that basically turns off all go against that Cindra can provide, so
but we can see the Sink Below from Paweł arsenal and another from hand, and he decided not to sink any cards, so he is happy with his hand for this turn.
With the 3 cards he is remaining.
So we can see the 3 card turn from Paweł. I would assume that this will be just attack with 2 cards and arsenal one of them, but we can see what Paweł will come up with.
Yeah, so Fire Strike Tenet to 3 go again and +1 for the next Draconic.
That's correct. And we would like to see how many clashes will...
There is for sure Test of Strength, so the second copy and
this is very important in this mirrors, because in this matchup, Victor against Cindra, as you have to just draw them in some early turns to be sure to get that tempo back, because as we know, Cindra is probably the fastest aggro deck in the meta right now.
Cindra then plays Blaze Headlong for 5 due to the buff from the Tenet, so 5 go again.
So some breakpoint here.
Usually the breakpoint is 4, but this time the Test of Strength won't be able to cover it fully.
But we would like to see there is a 5 shown from Paweł, but from Paweł Sosnowski, but there is a Macho Grande with 8 attack power from Victor's side, and
So
the call will be
won.
created.
Gold created, the Macho Grande is drawn. And we are following up with attack for 4 with no special effect, and Paweł won't be able to arsenal any cards.
We're just hoping to push with 4 and probably...
Yeah, and are still thinking about it, adjusting a life difference, so it's 38, 33 right now. And yeah, it's blocking for 5.
For 5, yeah.
And yeah, Paweł just pass, and it's we'll have back to the Victor's turn, and he just plays Thunderquake blue, so 8 damage, no special on hits, no anything, just vanilla damage. So Paweł will just make quick look at this hand, evaluate it, and decide whether he wants to block at all, or maybe just swing with whole hand. We are sure he has take the tempo in his hand, because we seen it before with Clash that Paweł played before, that Victor of course blocked before. And yeah, so damage was dealt, and Paweł needs, unfortunately for him, to start with a kunai, pitching cut through, because there was no other starter for the Cindra player. So 1 go again, and then he can follow it up with 2 another
Draconic attacks.
And yeah, since the dagger connects, he is able to take the reserves, and I believe he will do so because he need 1 to pay for the take the tempo.
Yeah, that's a very massive on hit. It's probably one of the biggest one that Cindra player has in his deck.
Yeah, so then we are following it up with 3 go again. That marks.
That marks the opponent on hit. And let's have a quick look on the Victor player hand. There is a Golden Sun, and I think I saw visit the Golden Estate.
Yeah, the specialization. Yeah.
That creates gold, and mites equal to gold you control.
Yeah, that's
After
right.
That,
so
there is a Command and Conquer as well, and blue disable.
Yeah, there are already at least 5 gold tokens. Yeah, I mean it's 4 gold currently, but 1 will be created with the visit also. So
yeah, and the shield from Victor counts as gold, as we can read on the card. And
so right now we have another 3 go again, but this time on hit is flicking the dagger.
Yeah, that we don't currently have, but we can always buy it back. And so
also there is a Mask of Momentum threat, because it's the third chain.
That's correct. So there is a Mask of Momentum threat over here, and Victor player would like to block it, but he's not prepared for take the tempo as the final attack, as it's also a very massive on hit. We always can miss on some defense reactions, or throw dagger, or not an attack that
and
we can find.
That take the tempo was a known information due to Clash.
Yes.
So yeah, Victor is.
We're blocking
sure
3.
Okay, so he is actually using his shield, so there will be
1
no
less
more
gold.
Gold.
1 less gold for visit.
Yeah.
And I think there will be just 5 with take the tempo, and looking at the hand, he's probably going to make it hit. I don't know what is in arsenal for Victor player. I didn't track that.
For sure there is no crush effect, because he didn't use his gloves piece to buff it. So there is 5 with an on hit potential.
Yeah, I think the best
take the tempo, and we
are blocking for 6.
Blocks for
so we're blocking every possible on hit on this turn, except for 1. No, we blocked every possible on hit.
I'm surprised a bit that he didn't block the previous attack with just a 1 card, since he knew that there is a take the tempo, not any other follow-up. But
okay, we are getting counter on Tunic, taking this counter out and playing Visit the Golden Estate. So we'll be creating 4 gold. drawing a card, creating 4 mites,
4 might as well, and drawing a card due to Victor's ability.
And he's hoping for a blue card. I don't think this was shown. There's another visit. Okay, so we cannot play that one. We can swing with the hammer, and only for free because visit costs 1, not 3, as Titan's Fist ability requires that. Okay, and he just says, let's pass this turn. I think he just decided to keep that card in hand.
And that visit will make more value than swinging hammer for free this turn.
Yes. And he just decided, okay, if I want to win this match, I will just keep the visit, make swing with 4 mites in next turn, create 5 more mites for...
Yeah, so Pavel starts his turn with newest instance, so Draco Fire. So
free go again
with a dagger.
It's a good starter.
Yeah, for sure, and also it potentially creates a resource in the future turn.
Yeah, that's correct. If we can find 2 of those cards in graveyard, we can banish them on the start of the turn.
Another
and
free go again that creates a felty, but this time around it will be blocked, but with a boulder drop, so free block, flicking a Knives of Core, but there is an instant discarded Shelter from the Storm, so the dagger won't connect.
Yeah, and as we like to say it in Poland, if we don't hit, we flick. And that's what Pavel did. 1 Shelter Prevent is taken for a flick. The second one is taken for Blaze Headlong, so there is only 3 damage that went through. And we reset the Mask of Momentum chain link, so Blaze is only the first one. He won't be able to threat another draw this turn, 1 card in hand, and he is thinking if you want to just send 4 because this is the 4/4/0, or he just want to arsenal it for the next turn.
Chooses to arsenal it.
I think it's the correct decision.
I mean, there are 4 might tokens and the possibility of playing the Command and Conquer,
yeah.
so it's not that clear, but he chooses to arsenal card anyway, and yeah, we've seen another visit, so this time around it's gonna create 5 might tokens.
Yeah, that's correct, and draw another card from creating a gold itself, and there will be a swing with Titan's Fist for sure, but if he will manage to draw Command and Conquer from top, it's only a test of strength.
Oh, that's
unfortunate
to draw for sure. But yes, he still chooses to...
You have to do it.
Yes, swing for 8. Because of the tank that he pitched Ariel, so it's gonna be a swing for 8.
That's correct. You would like to keep the test for next round because this is one of the best cards in your deck.
Especially that's the 3rd copy.
Yeah.
That's because we block with 1 on the first turn.
But you cannot get rid of those 4 might tokens just to pop off. You have to attack with Titan's Fist. You have to pressure the damage. So now Victor player has some life advantage, but Pavel is going to start his turn with 5 cards, 2 daggers ready, 150 token, and there is a starter 3/4/0 go again. So we'll see how Pavel Sosnowski will go through this turn. We can see Pummel on the side of Victor.
Renegade, free go again, and
we can see 1 Pummel, so 2 block, 1 defense reaction, and 2 free blocks, I believe. The first attack is going through. I believe Victor player will be focusing on the 3rd attack this turn, and after flicking from Cindra perspective, he would like to block 4th attack as well, but he's deciding to block 2nd attack already. And Pavel Sosnowski is losing this.
Clash of Might, so another might is created, is the 6th one. But yeah, and we'll see whether Pavel flicks the dagger already or just passing his attack reactions.
I think he should. He's just thinking for now if he wants to take a resource, I believe. Because not flicking here will be strange, but we'll see what Pavel will decide. What Pavel Sosnowski will decide. There are 3 cards there as Victor plays showing. So yeah, for now, Pavel Sosnowski got some tempo, but those 6 mites could turn it around for Victor player. We know that he doesn't have any special on hit prepared for those mites, but even swinging for 10 with Titan's Fist.
Yeah, 1 card hand, 10 value is
It's pretty okay. Yeah, it's pretty fun. We can see Ravenous Rebel for 4. So Pavel decided not to flick his dagger on the second chain link. We'll see how he wants to use that flick on this turn. We have 2 Draconic chain links already there. The 4 is a hit. So we start another Mask of Momentum counting the one is here.
First chaining that hit, so then Pavel pops his Felty to play the Dragon Blood.
Yeah.
So
that's correct.
Not only swinging for 4 with Go Again, but also making his attack cheaper.
Yeah, but we know that there is a second Art of Dragon Blood in Arsenal, so he'll just threat
another
draw
4.
for
and
Arsenal.
This time, yeah, it's
Mask of Momentum
is Mask as well.
Victor player says no blocks. Pavel
Looks it all.
will just flick to get a value as he has 3 Draconic chain links and he'll buy it back. And there is a Mask of Momentum on hit ready, but there is Shelter from the Storm from Victor player, so this on hit will not connect with a draw from Mask of Momentum. So we have life advantage for Cindra player, 22 for him and 13 for Victor, but there are 6 mites popping, and I think we will see Enlightened Strike with +2, so I believe it will be 13 for from Victor going to Cindra. The tempo is definitely on Cindra's side, as 13 life points, it's not that many to threat from Cindra perspective.
Not threatening any cards, but yeah, we still don't sure what Victor has in his arsenal. Maybe he's feeling confident because of that card that he saved for the later.
I'm not sure what was put in there, but I think this is not any defense reaction. It would be played earlier in the game. Maybe it's just some random blue crush, like disable, that he put it because he didn't have anything else to do with that card.
That might be the case, or maybe it's Golden Sun to try to finish the game.
Yeah, that's also a possibility.
He's just waiting for the tunic counters to line up perfectly to play it.
Yeah. That's also an option. We have 5 goals on Victor's side, and I don't think that there is enough time in this game for him to play another visit. So I think it's a good time to start spending it for actually drawing cards.
Yes, that's right. And also the cut through is once again pitched to just swing with a dagger.
Yep. So one connects. We get another resource. Second one in the game from a Blood Spotted Vest. 3 go again. Draconic one that on hit makes a dagger, flicks the dagger, and also destroys it, because not every...
Yeah, that's right. That's not like pain in the backside, but yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
You need to throw it.
Okay, we see another block from Gauntlets, and we also don't see the Arsenal card to be turned, so this is definitely not any crush.
Yeah, but it's block free due to quick dodge flexors, also pitch with the Fable to create
with riches to create gold, and it creates and it draws us a card as a Victor ability.
Yes,
says.
but the Ancestral Empowerment makes it 4 in total, so 1 damage will get through.
We can now flick a dagger.
And yeah, that's right. We'll flick it. So another one
down to 11.
And it's a second chaining that hits, so the mask will
be threatened on the next one. And so we have flick knives prepared to extend these chain links, this combat chain. And
so basically both of the attacks that Pavel will represent probably, both of them will threat a mask.
Yeah, and also we can see that the last card in Pavel's hand is Breaking Point. He already has a resource prepared for that, so it will not only threat mask, but also destroying an arsenal.
Yeah, so basically it's a must block.
Yeah.
For the Victor player, but he also has the resource floating and the quick dodge flexors still available to react to block for 2 more, so it's gonna require only 1 card block from hand.
Yeah, that's correct. We can see that Victor is not drawing clashes that he would like to see? Any not any tests, not any chances.
I mean, he already seen all the tests
of strength, I believe.
But
I think he's playing some more. tests.
Like the
trance
iron grip,
or iron
the
grip.
trance.
That's correct. And we can now see tunic up to 3. And you said there is taking the resource and the golden sun that will go for 10 overpower. We still don't know what is in the arsenal of the victor player. I would like to see it after the game ends to just...
Yeah, but 10 overpowered is getting as threatened because only 10 HP is left for Cindra, so...
Yeah. He has to give anything to block. We can see that the free block will be put probably from Cindra's side, but yeah, I thought that Cindra player got the tempo, but right now after his golden sun, 9 life total on Victor player's side is not much, and also he's rid of his equipment, so it will be harder for him to block Mask of Momentum on hits. We will see...
Yeah, that's right, we are almost done with equipment, but there is still one block on the tunic, and it's really unlikely that the 3 counters will be gathered there, so it's basically just one block when he needs it most.
And we can see the trance finally being drawn from Victor's side, and that will be massive for our Victor player.
Yeah, so trance actually clashes twice, and if both of them are won, the player creates not only the gold token, but also the vigor and the might.
Yeah. And also with 5 golds we can we can see the first clash being lost by Victor, but as we know, the Victor ability allows us to
they are joking
clash
about
again.
Changing the Pavel attack, but yeah.
Oh, and there is a test of iron grip, so the first clash from trance is lost for Victor, and let's see what the second card, what Victor holds now for is a draw.
Crazy.
That's crazy. There is a rouse shown. So Pavel
not
Sosnowski
only not lose the trance, but won both of them. So
yes,
he's actually creating all those tokens.
Gold that probably won't be used for him because he plays only red cards and is not efficient. But a vigor and might is very, very good for him. And also, Victor player is missing drawing a card that was very important for him this turn.
Not only that, but also, like you said, the clashes are really important, and like we've seen, one of them went straight to the bottom of the deck.
Death of Iron Grip is on the bottom, so the number of clashes that Victor can draw just shortened a lot.
Yeah, that's another problem with not drawing them before, that they can stack and you can't really use them all efficiently.
Yeah, and we can see the 4/4/0 without go again. We have the boots from Cindra that can give it go again, and this card is threatening an on-hit from Mask of Momentum. And I think the Victor player stressed out a little. We can see that he's really mad about not winning the trance, and not only not winning, losing the trance.
Yeah, but like we said before, he can use the tunic to block the on-hit. So we'll get Pavel will pay to Cindra to get the dagger back and just pass.
Yeah, you can see that there will probably be Command and Conquer sent from Victor's side, but he decides to draw a card from the gold. We have 3 left. Okay, we know what is in Arsenal right now. We know that it's a pummel because the way that Victor player played, I think we have no doubt that there is a red pummel in Arsenal.
So in that case, Cindra player needs to block at least for 8, but he still has some equipment pieces available to block. So maybe he'll choose to do so. Because, by the way that Victor played, it's like 90%
obvious.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
It's just basically obvious that there is a pummel.
We have to give up Mask of Momentum for sure, or 3 cards from hand. But we also want that pummel gone from Arsenal, because if it stays in the Arsenal for some time, he can just threat. He can make the pummel threat every turn, and doesn't look so great for Pavel Sosnowski. And he decides to block
for 10, I believe.
For 10 total, and I don't think it's a correct decision, because blocking for 10 means the Victor player will not play this pummel. And as I mentioned, it will stay
it
there.
was kind of hard to make them play it and also try to get rid of any card that Victor would present. So we are just pass, and this time it's gonna be really hard to block not only the attack but with the potential pummel that we've seen, or we at least assumed.
Yeah, and we can see that there is 11 threatened right now. I think that Paweł Sosnowski could use the Dracofire ability to get another resource for his turn, and with Vigor and Gold, he could draw a card. I think he didn't thought about this, and he could try to do something with 2 cards on his hand, because right now with Paweł in Arsenal, I think there is a very little chance for Paweł Sosnowski to win this match.
I feel like maybe wants to draw a defense reaction to have a pummel covered, so maybe he is trying to get to that point.
Maybe that's also an option.
There might be a problem once Victor draws his Golden Sun.
Yeah, there's just game over.
Overpower will be just too much, because we've seen already at least 2 Ancestral Empowerment, maybe even the 3rd copy, I'm not sure.
Yeah. So now we still have to block.
Currently it's only 7, but yeah, plus additional 4, potentially it's like at least okay.
So maybe there's a defense reaction in Arsenal for Paweł Sosnowski. The way he played indicates that, because in other situation, if it is pummel in Victor's Arsenal, it's just game over.
Yeah,
so,
but also it might be a defense reaction because he couldn't really use them last turn due to the Command Conquer effect. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a red pummel, but Paweł Sosnowski responds with Sink Below, so he will be taking just 1, but he still has to discard the card. Okay.
So taking 1 damage and discard due to the pummel effect.
Yeah.
And also there will be there won't be a crush effect, of course, because only 1 damage was leaked, and Paweł is still thinking about the discard, I guess.
I am currently not sure if the pummel on hit was announced, but
for sure it should be the case. Maybe they just shortcut a bit, and that's why the Victor already drew his hand. And
I hope so, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's good. How done that? And unfortunately for Paweł Sosnowski, we can see that there is a Golden Sun in Victor's hand. There is a gold on the table, and it will be 10 over. Oh. This all red hand? Oh yeah, this is a red hand.
Okay.
For Victor. Not red hand, the Golden Sun, of course,
but
yellow.
He couldn't play the Golden Sun, so it's only the 7 damage. And 7 means potentially that it's good enough to block with only 2 cards.
Yeah.
So maybe we will see some comeback, because Cindra will have at least 3 cards to work with for his turn.
Yeah, we can, for sure there's some breathing space for Paweł Sosnowski there.
He must be a bit relieved, maybe even more.
Yeah, that's correct. We can see that Paweł Sosnowski is now choosing cards to block. We can see
both of those cards block for 3, if I'm not mistaken.
I think one of them blocks for 2, so Paweł Sosnowski will be taking 1 damage here.
Oh yeah, the Lava Vein Loyalty, yeah.
It blocks for 3, and Display Loyalty blocks for 2.
Yeah, makes sense. So down to 1 HP, but still have his Flick Knives.
Yeah, and we can see Ignite. So probably there will be Ignite followed with Kunai, and we'll see what else can Paweł Sosnowski present in this turn. So
to go again at that moment, but yeah, there is Clash of Bravado, but
there is nothing to be destroyed from Cindra's side, and there is
also
2.
There is a Lava Burst.
It's for 2, so Paweł Romanowski is winning this clash, but nothing happens. Actually, this will get followed with Kunai, as I mentioned, so 1 go again is of course discounted with Ignite.
there is a Revenant's Rabble, if I'm not mistaken, in the Cindra hand. So
there is a 4 go again in hand and 3 go again in arsenal. As I think for now, there's a 3 go again from arsenal.
Renegade, 3 go again, and then
Draconic Head Jab.
Yeah, basically there will be a Rubble and the Flick, so it's 5 more damage potentially. So at least 1 card
have to be given up for
to the block, and not only that, but also we will still get down to the 2 HP. If that's the case, or maybe there is a defense reaction in
there is a defense reaction in the arsenal. Okay,
and that's the last shelter. And
Pavel is buying back his weapons for free, of course. So we have 2 cards left in hand, and I am curious if Victor player will try to draw some cards with gold on his turn.
He knows that on top of his deck is another blue card. So first 2 fishes are basically almost free, or he just swing with the headbutt, yeah.
4/7, yes. So Pavel has to give 3 cards or 2 cards and flick knives, of course, is if he can find 2 cards that block for free in his hand. I am not sure if he can give up the flick knives if he wants to win the game. That's the case.
He would need to have a really powerful 2-card hand to do so. Maybe it's actually better for him to try to block
an arsenal.
Yeah, and arsenal 1 card. Try to maybe Victor draws something that
another red hand.
Yeah, doesn't function that well, or maybe he doesn't get another Golden Sun or the Pummel. So yeah.
I think blocking with 3 cards is correct here, but Pavel is still thinking if he can give up flick knives. Of course, if Pavel managed to find defense reaction, he can only use 2 cards from hand.
Yeah, but we did not see as many defense reaction from his deck as we've seen previously on the Cindra, so maybe he's playing
less.
Less of them.
Maybe that's the case. Let's see what Pavel Sosnowski decides, and we can see 3 cards potentially going to block.
And he still has the resource available from banishing the Draco
Fire. Draco Fire or this is Draco Flames?
It's fire probably. Yeah.
Draco Fire, okay.
Yeah, so blocking, like we said, with 3 cards, and just probably trying to go like Dagger, Ignite, Dagger, Flick, something in that case, or yeah, that's probably the case, because he already take the resource, and also we knew that he has an Ignite in hand.
And there is a test of Iron Grip in hand, and we will see if Pavel Romanowski decides to block it out there, and he hopes to get rid of the last card in Pavel's hand, and the headbutt wins this clash.
We could have played around it by starting with the Ignite, but we would give up all the informations to the opponent, so that's probably why Pavel did not do so. But
Victor plays down to 3 from
because
clicking.
of the line, we cannot really re-equip the daggers, so the threat of flick knives is getting less powerful.
We can see this 3rd visit being played, creating 3 might tokens and drawing a card because it also creates a gold.
So yeah, we know that it's gonna be swing for at least 7.
There is a swing for 6 with Command and Conquer.
Yes.
Over there. And let's see if Filip decides to find 2 free blocks.
Pavel.
The Cindra Pavel and Victor Pavel.
Yes, decides to block with 2. Maybe he's threatening a Pummel, of course, because he has 2 cards.
There's only 1 card, I believe.
1 card, okay. So I missed it.
And we can see the flick knives being given there. Or let's see, maybe there is another spot to give out 2 cards and flick knives, or 3 cards and try to arsenal the last card, because I think the best win condition for Pavel Sosnowski is still just to make 2 flicks with his daggers.
Try to prolong the game, but I believe the last Golden Sun that we haven't seen yet will be getting really close to,
Yeah.
to be drawn. So, and especially with the might tokens, like almost any attack will pressure Cindra life total. So
Okay, and we can see 5 go again. Paweł generates 1. He's not generating any resource. He just makes this card being discounted, but it costs 0, so it doesn't matter. So there is 5 go again, and
at
nothing
least
will follow.
2 cards from Victor's side, but yeah, it's gonna be block 6, and we'll see what will be buffed by the might tokens for Victor. But
Yeah, there's +3 for something.
it
And
seems like it's gonna be E-Strike for 10.
yeah, and let's see if Paweł can block it out.
So
3,
it's
4,
10
5,
block,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah.
So we are basically hoping that the Victor will break, but
We are hoping for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Paweł Sosnowski is hoping that.
yeah,
We are worried.
like as from the Cindra perspective. But yeah, we've
There are
seen
3
that there
Macho
are
Grandes.
more-
We can decide which
more
one
than-
to kill the opponent
more
with.
than enough Macho Grandes to just
Yeah.
swing with a dominate. So 8 dominate.
So I think that means that we will have 1 Victor Goldmain in our
Top
Polish
cut.
nationals top 8. But
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we also had at least 1 more Cindra player and 1 Hala.
I'm not sure about Hala.
Okay.
I think there was a possibility for having 1 Dorinthea, a few Cindras. There is 1 Fai also fighting for win and in. Arakni Marionette is also somewhere there. And I
Yes.
think Hala is also might be on a win and in position.
Okay.
And the Victor, the only Guardian player in top 8 will be Victor Goldmain, so Paweł Romanowski and Victor Goldmain. And I think Paweł Sosnowski is also joining him in the top 8. So after we get the specific results for top 8, we'll be with you to just show you how the bracket looks. And right now, Wojtek is probably talking with Paweł Romanowski to join us.
Yeah, to get him for the interview.
Yeah, that's
Quick
correct.
interview before his top 8.
Matches, yes. And I think Wojtek will be making this interview with him as they are from the same city, or
Yeah,
actually
that's
were from
gonna
the same
be-
city. Yeah.
Yeah, good idea to let him do it. So yeah,
Also, Wojtek was playing Victor on this tournament, so I think that's also correct for him to make that interview.
yeah, so maybe he'll understand where he made some mistakes.
Mistakes, yes, and why he's in top 8 and Wojtek is 1-3.
Yeah, exactly, with us. So we're gonna go for a quick break.
And bring you Paweł Romanowski and Wojtek for a quick interview. And I think they are already there, so give us 1 or 2 minutes to set the interview up. Hello everyone and welcome back to our Polish Nationals. Unfortunately, Paweł Romanowski didn't want to have an interview, so we just jump straight into talk before our top 8. We have some meta breakdowns for you and also how our top 8s look. And also we have the match already prepared. It's Arakni Marionette versus Gravy Bones, and players are getting ready on our stream table, but let's first jump to our meta breakdown for the Nationals. And the most represented deck is Cindra, and this doesn't surprise anyone, I believe, but there is the same number of Osirios as Cindras in this event. Also, Jarl is very represented. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get into top 8. There is also Arakni Marionettes, strongly represented, Gravy Bones, Kasai, and Victor, and other heroes less represented, but also we have to mention Dorinthea and Fai, as we will see those two heroes present in our top 8. But I think Polish is a very aggro-based community as Flesh and Blood players, so the Cindras and Osirios count doesn't surprise anyone here. And I think this is a pretty standard meta breakdown for event like that. What surprises is, I believe, 3 Halas represent our meta, and I think one of the team prepared some very fatigued version of Hala, and they tried to dominate the tournament, but unfortunately they lost somewhere throughout our Swiss classic constructed or draft rounds, as also draft matters a lot in nationals. We don't see any Kasai in top 8. We can see 1 Gravy, and the most surprising is none of 9 Jarls was in top 8. But right now, let's jump to our top 8 that Wojtek has ready for us.
Yes, I think that the most surprising thing is that none of the 14 Osirios actually made our top 8.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yes, and none of the deck that was represented in 1 or 2 or 3 copies, so the Halas that you mentioned, Airas, Puffins, so none of the Dark Horse decks, let's say, didn't make top 8. A lot of Draconic decks in top 8, as we already discussed on the broadcast. It was really hard to find a non-Cindra deck during our trying to find the stream table.
That's
so
correct.
Now, of course, after the 10 rounds, we have our top 8. And from the first place is Bartosz Dobrowolski on Arakni Marionette. Yesterday we had him on stream on the draft. He 3-0'd his draft pod. After that, he said he really prepared for draft, but he's really a constructed master, Arakni Marionette master. He said that he's hoping for a 3-0. He did 3-0, so he's our first seed. Second seed, we starting the Cindra train.
The Cindra, the Draconic chain. Yeah.
Yes. It's Rafał Liwerski from the second seed on Cindra, Drakaj of Retribution. For third seed, it's Filip Mikołajczyk, also on Cindra.
Yeah.
Then on the fourth seed, it's FAB Rising Rebellion, represented by Łukasz Zięba.
Yes.
Then fifth seed, we finally have the Dorinthea. We had an interview with Lemur.
Yeah.
He was hoping to get paired into a favorable matchup in the last round. He got paired into the Gravy Bones in the last round, that still managed to sneak into our top 8 from the 8th seed. So he's our fifth seed. Then from the 6th seed, we see Paweł Romanowski, so the Victor player that we saw in the last round that managed to win against our 7th seed player. So as you guys discussed, so Paweł, even though he lost the last round, he is our 7th seed as Cindra as well. And 8th seed is Maciej Chmielewski on Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Router. So it and the first seed, so Bartosz Dobrowolski against Maciej Chmielewski, will be our first feature quarterfinals. So I think players are already shuffling up. So I think we can jump into the game.
Yeah, I think we will not get rid of Draconic Ninjas later in our top 8. So we want to have at least one match without any of them present.
Yes, it finally after a lot of Cindras on our broadcast, it will be a longer, more methodical game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Probably there won't be a lot of downtime between our quarterfinal and semi-finals. So we will see if Bartosz Dobrowolski will, because I believe that he dropped one game during the classic constructed rounds, and if he will keep his almost perfect record during the top 8. Of course, he for the as our only 9-1 player and first seed, he will get to choose every die roll, let's say, throughout the top 8. So we will see how it will go. We see that Bartosz probably went for a quick break, or I guess he needed a notepad just to make sure he writes his live total downs. We see that players are already shuffled up. Hopefully there won't be any confusions between the players, because they are rocking the same sleeves, the Gravy Bones, I believe from last Pro Tour in Yokohama. So both players are really known here in a Polish community as really masters of their deck. So
that's correct.
So we will for sure see a good matchup here.
Also, I think that historically the Arakni Marionette matchup into Gravy was not so favorable for him, but we know that he received some new tools to handle the allies. I don't remember the correct name, but there is this stealth attack that hits for 1 and it instantly kills the ally that it hits. So even if there is a Whaler with 7 life on board, the one little sneaky attack from Marionette's perspective will just kill this ally. So there is much more tools for assassins right now to deal with allies against Gravies.
Yes, but it's blue block free, of course, so it's still a pretty good card. But of course, always in a Gravies arsenal, there is a card called Fearless Confrontation that just can give a sneaky -1 to this attack, and
it cannot be actually in Arsenal because it has to be discarded.
Yes, I mean in Arsenal as he can use this card.
That's
yes,
correct.
Of course. But
in the toolbox.
Yes, in the toolbox. Yeah,
That's right.
We can say that. So we will see who is starting. Bartosz decided to start. That's probably a correct choice to not give Gravy Bones an ability to deploy those ally on turn number 0.
To make a setup, yeah.
Yes. And we will see, of course, probably Bartosz will try to push some damage here because, of course, we know that Gravy can have some of the hands that is not blocking well.
Yeah, and we can see that there is a first Hunter's Clave swing, pitching a blue card, and the Sunken Treasure without ability put into block. We won't generate any gold with that card, and the slow start for this match. But we know that it can get very serious very quickly with allies from Gravy's side. I think this will be a long and grindy matchup. As it usually is. We can see the first flick with the Hunter's Clave from Bartosz Dobrowolski. Probably he wants to generate the token knife to be able to swing with it. And yeah, there is a mark for Gravy, and Bartosz Dobrowolski rolls 1. So the Black Widow transformation that allows you to banish a card from hand. That's I think that's the most powerful transformation.
Yes, but he really wants to equip the Chelicera as fast as possible. So we will see if he wants to use the Mask of the Seed on the first attack, like in the games against Cindra, as we see other Marionette were doing, because of course this is a slower matchup, so he can just try to draw some Chelicera makers naturally and don't use the mask. We see the first ally being deployed, I think is Sawbones?
It's Sawbones, yeah.
Yes.
There was a port side exchange played, so Maciej discarded the Sawbones, drew a card, also the first Tip the Barkeep was played, so there is the one Gold Kiss Ram on the table for Maciej, and the Sawbones is deployed, the one good ally that can prevent one of the damage that would be dealt to any of Gravy Bones allies or to Gravy Bones himself. And there is a swing for 6 with gold-baited hook activation. So we have a call, the judge call, on our stream table. So if we can ask Mateusz probably to go and bring one of the judges to the table.
Yes.
We are not exactly sure what the question might be, but yeah, the Sawbones is threatening the gold generation from gold-baited hook, and we'll see how Bartosz will respond to that.
Yes, so maybe we can, because we jumped straight into the game, basically we see a pretty regular equipment sweep from Bartosz Dobrowolski. From Maciej's side, I'm really intrigued by this base of the mountain. Of course, we see a lot of people playing Boots of Omnisword in this slot, actually to combat Marionette, because so we see that Marionette was really hurt by this new generic addition to just prevent this first flick of the dagger. But now we see base of the mountain, so probably he wants to block those big attacks with, of course, allies that are blocking. And we see that there is instantly a block with Mask of the Seed and transforming into the Arakni number 3 to make the Chelicera token. And I'm surprised as well to see Fate Foreseen. So Bartosz really wants this game to go long, so he is sided in more defensive cards.
Yeah, I think this is important to not let the gold-baited hook on hits connect, because I think more golds for for Gravy means there is more tempo for this for this deck. And I think it's quite of the correct decision because right now he would have to give another card from hand to prevent the on-hit. So I think Bartosz, I even played against Bartosz on Talishar when he was playing Mario against Gravy, and he is taking this game slow. He's having the cards with on-hit that destroys the allies, as well as Codex of Frailty could just bring that card back from graveyard to the arsenal. And he just wants to play it slow. And I think about the Base of the Mountains, I think the main why the Gravy Bones plays this card is sometimes you can brick on a lot of allies in hand situation, and Base of the Mountain could use all of those allies to be put in the graveyard, in the trash pile, and still it converts non-block into one block from Base of the Mountain. So it's always something.
Yeah, so he's not trying to fatigue Maciej, but of course with those two daggers that usually swing with go again, it's almost like maybe budget Ira, let's say. So,
yes.
So of course those are not the Kodachis that are so feared by all the Gravy Bones players, but still the daggers can just with go again pretty clearly clear the allies, and then of course with all the on hits then we can threaten the Gravy Bones life total.
Yeah, and I think the question from judges that we didn't mention was if when Bartosz blocks with Mask of the City the ally attack, if he can still trigger the Mask of the City ability, and I think the answer was yes, you can do, so that's what he did. And now we can see that the Savor Bloodshed connects, so the Flick Knives triggers the ability to draw a card. Gravy Bones takes some damage, and now clearing the first ally.
Yes.
So Soul Bones is destroyed, and Bartosz is left with one card in hand, and he decides what to do with it right now. And what we can see, Maciej is lacking some allies in arsenal, but also being 9 life points down. Not the great situation, but it's only start of the game. It's only like second or third turn, so I think this game can go both ways.
Yes, so it's a really important draw sequence here for Bartosz because he had the Savor Bloodshed, as you mentioned. He could flick the Hunter's Clave and still pick up the points, so he still have access to this Hunter's Clave. That is really important to have always the dagger with go again to clear the Gravy Bones allies, and we see finally the power turn from Gravy Bones. So it starts with a Prismatic Leyline and Golden Tipple for 4, discarding a Swabble.
The Swabby, yeah, discarding Swabby. So Prismatic Leyline buffs our Golden Tipple to go for go again, and possibly deploying Swabby and swinging with him will threat another 9.
Yes, for 9, yeah.
And also 9 probably with Gold Baited Hook, but Gold Baited Hook is being used for Golden Tipple. Also not very good card to block efficiently. So we can see Maciej generates the third gold. He'll probably be stacking them for future to make some bigger turns. I'm very intrigued with how many Whalers Maciej is playing, and if he's playing Whaler against Mario, because as we know, Mario can try to be more aggressive or more defensive. Whaler probably helps against more defensive playstyle, but with aggro playstyle, Whaler is just a card you won't be able to play anytime throughout the game probably. Okay, so we can see that Maciej used his 2 resources for to draw a card with gold, and he found Call to the Grave. He's searching for Cham to be put in the graveyard, and the death threats are available to get us another resource, to get him another resource, and we'll see. I probably assume that the Cham will be deployed to swing for 4 and make any board pressure for Bartosz.
Yes, and it's really hard for Arakni to clearly and efficiently clear the Cham because of the 6 HP threshold. So really in the spot when the Cham is deployed, the new Assassin expansion slot card shines.
Yeah.
So we will see if Bartosz have access to this. As you mentioned, it's really important to just see the first copy, because then basically you have it accept it as a toolbox in your graveyard to bring it back with a codex, and we see that Cham is being blocked with 2 cards. So Bartosz really trying to preserve his life total here, and we see that the codex is being pitched now, not deployed, because of course there is no good target at the moment.
Yeah, we can see that Cham is taking 4 damage, and the codex is being used by Bartosz to pick any card with 3 physical damage to clear Cham.
Yes.
Definitely. And also codex is creating Ponder and Frailty for Maciej. Frailty is not super useful against Gravy, but the Ponder is definitely something that you want to have in the end of the turn. So Bartosz right now is taking everything slowly, clear the ally, prepare for another allies to be deployed by Maciej, and I think it's now Maciej's turn to take the tempo back for him.
Yes, but of course we saw that the codex was deployed, other one was pitched. So basically 2 of the most powerful cards in Bartosz's deck was deployed during this turn cycle, and the codex was only used to clear the ally. It wasn't used at all to pressure Maciej. Maciej, because of this Cham and how hard it was to clear with the 6 HP without the new expansion slot card, Maciej could have kept the 5 hand. He still has the Swabi in the graveyards ready to be deployed. So it really seems like Maciej is in the driver's seat at the moment in this game, and probably Swabi will be deployed. He's using a gold to do the looting effect with Gravy Bones after using the compass. We will see if he is discarding what he is discarding.
I think that was a draw with gold.
Yes. It was draw with gold. We see as well. So maybe he wants to do a bigger turn. I don't know if he has any info if the card on top is blue or not.
Because he saw on the top first top card.
Yes, after drawing, so it will be playing it in the dark. But of course, first he is Murderous Rabble. He sees that it's a blue card with cheating Scoundrel on top, buffing it to 6. So now with the 1 resource remaining, he can deploy the Swell, pitch the top card, get 3 resources, and then deploy the Swabi. So it will be a really big turn for Maciej.
Yeah, there is a wager on this Rebel. So if Bartosz decides to block it out, it doesn't actually mean that he wins the gold, because there is always option for Maciej to discard one of his cards in hand to change the wager decision and actually make Maciej win the gold. So this is a tricky card with wager. I saw on Maciej's hand that there is a Conqueror of the High Seas as well, so this might be something for Maciej to consider. After that, he may just pitch another blue card and go for 8 with on hit with Destroy Arsenal and create gold for every card destroyed. So I think the hand that Maciej had in this round was actually very good to keep the tempo that he already has.
Yes, and it was all bought by the Cham, that basically all 4-card hand that Bartosz had, and of course even had to use the Codex of Reality just to clear the Cham. So we see that now Maciej is drawing another card with the gold. So probably if he doesn't play the Swell, he will deploy the Conqueror. Now we see a Loan Shark, so the gold keeps on coming. We see a Swabi being deployed, so probably it will be just Swung, and if you saw correctly that it truly is a Conqueror, it will just go to Arsenal, and still Bartosz will just need to kill this Swabi, because the 7 damage per turn is just too much to handle, and then we can do another big turn with the Conqueror.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm pretty sure that it's the Conqueror, so probably Maciej wants to set up the Conqueror with some with another ally being deployed, because he couldn't do both things in this turn, so deploy Swabi and attack with Conqueror, so Conqueror has to wait. The Loan Shark pretty helps us to keep the tempo, as we have now access to 3 golds in total for the next turn. And as you mentioned, Swabi has to be destroyed, because swinging for 7 every turn is just a very good weapon to attack with. But we'll see how Bartosz responds to that Swabi being deployed. You haven't seen any good tempo plays from Marionette for now. We can see that the Swabi attack is being blocked out. So for me, Bartosz keeping only 3 cards in hand means he still wants to kill Swabi and keep some cards for the next turn to probably be more defensive or try to set up some big turn.
Yes. We see that another Fate 14 was deployed, so probably I don't see another defense reaction in Bartosz's hand. So the Conqueror will be probably really effective. So it will destroy the arsenal, or still Bartosz will have to block with his almost whole hand in the next turn cycle, because of course Marionette is not really well known at having well blocking equipment. Both the tunic and the flick knives is just too important to give. Of course, we are playing already for some time, but as we said, it's a pretty long matchup, so we still can say that we are in the early stages of the game. So we see that Hunter Claves is, I think, being swung at Maciej.
Yes, as Gravy Bones directly, so leaving Swabi for now alive. And I believe that Bartosz had to keep anything to kill Swabi. If not, that will be a really big trouble for him throughout this game.
Yes, maybe he has something like a Mark of the Black Widow, so because he isn't transformed into any of the agents of chaos, this will be a 4 power attack if Maciej is marked. So that's why Maciej is really trying to not get marked by this Hunter's Clave.
And even giving up a card like Prismatic Leyline is pretty painful for him, I believe.
Yes.
But not getting marked is probably more important. Now we can see
finally the new card that hopefully we will get for you in a feed, so we will be able to finally get the name correct. Of course, it's a new card, but it's really powerful. We see the only card that can disrupt unmake the underlings is of course the Fearless Confrontation. Of course, the first part of the ability isn't being used, so when Unmake attacks, you can turn an ally in a Gravy Bones graveyard face down. Maciej is really careful to not keep those allies in the graveyard. Almost immediately after discarding them, deploying them. Of course, Swabi was sitting there in the graveyard for like 2 turns, but Bartosz just drew the underlings. So, but we see that with a blue card, he is just able to clearly clear the allies. He is now transforming because of the mark.
And the mark was created by flicking the Hunter's Clave,
yes.
So it's also something that I think Bartosz really wanted to get transformed, and the die roll decided for Bartosz to be transformed into Tarantula. So number 5, that makes our daggers more threatening. And now we are back to Maciej's turn. Pitching Eye of Ophidia for gold, so we can have a clear look at our top 2 cards and decide what we want to draw, what we want to put at the bottom of our deck. And Maciej is preparing something big for this turn, drawing the second card. So now Maciej is having 3 cards in hand, 2 resources ready in pitch, and there is another Prismatic Leyline being deployed. So we already seen 2 being played and 1 being blocked with, so no more Prismatic Leylines in the deck. Maybe there are some remembrances for Maciej to put them back, but for now is a swell 4 go again, but unfortunately showing up Soul Bones at the top of Maciej's deck, so it won't it won't be put into a pitch zone to generate more resources. So now we have that Maciej has Conqueror in the arsenal, 1 card in hand, and we'll see what he will decide to do after this swell connects.
Yes,
he didn't generate any gold in this turn, so now the Lone Shark effect is on the line. You have to remember about that.
Yes, of course, if Conquerors of the High Seas, if it gets deployed this turn, if it hits, it will generate a gold, but of course, probably Bartosz will see it coming and just block it for 9 with 3 cards. Of course, so one of the most, as you said, one of the most powerful card and like turn extenders is already gone as Prismatic Lane 9. Maybe he has some way to record it with an ally. I think it's called Scuba.
Scuba, yeah,
yeah,
Scuba.
Yeah. So he puts a yellow card on the bottom of the deck and creates a gold.
Yeah.
So and also we see that back alley breakdown was pitch. So it's really also a really important card to still have in the deck. So it's a call to the grave target to generate those additional action points. If you want to, for example, swing with multiple allies in a turn. So we see that another Sawbones is being created. It's this turn isn't that impressive.
As we thought
yeah,
of, yeah.
So it really mattered that the swell didn't hit the blue card on the top of the deck, even though the Eye of Ophidia was pitched and the top of the deck could have been really stacked. So he was able to see 3 cards with Compass and the Eye of Ophidia Opt 2 effect. But still, this Sawbones is swinging for 8 damage because, of course, the Prismatic Lane Line effect is still active. Yeah. But I think we won't be able to keep the Long Shark anymore, and it will resolve in Maciej taking 2 damage and giving basically all the tempo back to Bartosz.
Yeah, and that's very surprising because I think Maciej is really not happy about what happened in this turn. He spent all of his 3 golds, pitching Eye of Ophidia to manage the top 2 cards, looking with Compass at another one, and Maciej is right now left without any golds and threatening only 8 right now, with Bartosz for now having 5 cards to go with on his next turn. It's really not what Maciej wants to see throughout this game, and I think Bartosz is really happy about that because Sawbones is an easy ally to get rid of with 3 go again, anything actually, and yeah, we will have to see how it will end up. The Conqueror is still in the arsenal, so this is something that Maciej can probably use very well in next turns. But for now, I think the tempo maybe not goes to the Bartosz sides, but it really levels between both of the players for now.
Yes, like we can see, there is still 1 pitch left in Maciej pitch zone. So if the blue card was pitched, it would be exactly the resource needed to connect with the Conqueror, and it would even have a buff attached from the Prismatic Lane Line. So the Prismatic Lane Line would be used for its whole value, so the 6 pump value. So that would be really devastating for Bartosz here, because he would really need to block this Conqueror to not give Maciej the gold that he needs to just do the Gravy Bones basic gameplay.
Yeah.
And of course it's like a spiral effect, we can say, because if this Conqueror would have been blocked by at least 3 cards from hand, then there is a big possibility of the Sawbones sticking for the next turn, and then for example we can do a big turn with this Gold Kiss Ram that sits here from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we can see that the Sawbones here connect, so 5 damage goes through after Bartosz blocks with Kiss of Death. Maciej remembers about Lone Shark, the effect, so he didn't generate any gold, so he had to take 2 damage from this effect. And now up sticks and run being played. The dagger, the Hunter's Glaive, is brought back by retrieved back because Bartosz paid 1 to do so. And now there is 5 go again, facing Maciej's hero. So there is something smaller with smaller physical damage prepared for Sawbones itself.
Yeah, and of course we have to remember that there is a tarantula effect in place, so Bartosz is really intensified to block this, but of course he is blocking an attack with stealth, and we didn't see any tarantula toxin yet, so it might be a big blowout here. But of course we blocking with Sunken Treasure. This is a really big block here for Maciej, so with the ability of the Sunken Treasure he can generate the gold that he probably really needs for the next turn.
Yeah, that's correct. I think one Tarantula Toxin was pitched in like first 2 turns somewhere, so one is probably somewhere at the bottom of Bartosz's deck. But yeah, right now Bartosz is flicking with again with Hunter's Glaive, and this threats not 1 damage but 2 because of the Tarantula the Tarantula number 5 hero effect. And Maciej is deciding if he wants to prevent not only 1 but 2 damage in this situation. But you know, using Sawbones right now prevents you from attacking with him in the next turn. So this is something you have to keep in mind. But I don't believe that Bartosz will leave Sawbones alive for this turn. As you mentioned, there is 1 Tarantula Toxin in hand, so this is 8 versus only 3 for now. As Tarantula Toxin gives +3 to the dagger attack, but also -3 to a card defending stealth attack.
Yes, so it will be a 6 damage, and we see a Codex of Frailty, probably taking the underlings. Oh, actually,
the underlings cannot kill Sawbones because of prevent 1.
Oh yeah, true. So he's doing the upstick and run. He still have resource to buy back his Hunter's Glaive. I didn't see with the pitch representation, so it's for sure better. And we have the Ponder to arsenal it, but still I think Maciej is left with 2 cards and an arsenal, so we will see if maybe he has 2 blues, but it wouldn't be that impressive because of course you said that the frailty is not really that important against Gravy, but now if we want to play this Conqueror, it would be really not that impressive.
Conqueror is also always impressive, but right now it goes for only 7, not for 8.
Only 7 because of course High Tide is active, but it basically just cancels out, and Bartosz has perfect block for it. He drew Shelter from the Storm, so we see even more defense reaction in Bartosz's deck, not only the Fate Foreseen but also the Shelters, so he really respects those Conqueror. But of course you said that there was a Tarantula Toxin pitched. 1 was played. We saw another Codex of Frailty played, so 2 of them, and 1 was pitched, so it's pretty far away. So a lot of power cards are already used by Bartosz, and Gravy Bones is still at 20. I'm talking about power cards, and there is 2 Saver Bloodshed being played.
This is also very powerful, especially in a situation like that when the opposing hero is marked and there is a 10 go again.
And we have a flick potential, so if there is not something like Shelter from the Storm Prevention, it could be a really big turn because there is not even an ally to clear, so Bartosz really can go all face here, and if he draws 2 cards here from the 2 saviors, it's massive. Yeah,
that's massive. There's 1 card in Bartosz's hand. The 2 are, I would say, on the stack because either the dagger hits or there's a flick that also connects, and I think Maciej says no blocks. I think he just decided, okay, there is no way I'm blocking this 2 cards draw in any way, so let's just take 10 make Bartosz draw 2 cards, and maybe he can get the tempo back in the next turns. Of course, in the situation when Maciej survives this turn, because usually Mario is very defensive deck, but we know that he can threat more than 10 damage with 3 cards.
Yes, and we see another Chelicera generator and Meat Madness, one of the newer cards. I think it's from the Armory deck, so it's still really threatening on hit for 6 damage. And I think we have Leave No Witness to Arsenal, so we can potentially give this Meat Madness go again with our boots.
Yes.
And then threaten the Arsenal, because we see that now the armor from Gravy Bones is being deployed. So he really wants to keep his hand. Probably there will be a defense reaction, a Blood in the Water that is putting Cham into the graveyard, so it's blocking for 8 at the moment. But this Leave No Witness has a big potential to just get 2 cards from Maciej, or just destroying his death threats.
Yes, that's right. The death threats could be put to block to keep his arsenal alive, but this situation doesn't look good for Maciej. The all hit from the Madness, is random. It can just ban the top card of your deck, but with Arsenal and 4 cards in hand, there are 66.6% chances that Maciej would have to give one of his cards.
Yeah, basically you can't, I believe you can't just gamble this card, because 2 out of 3 effects are just too good. So it's basically, in this situation, it's a must block. Maybe, of course, Maciej didn't know that there was a ally on top of his deck. He would just then defend it with Blood in the Water. But let's see if, because now Bartosz is really thinking, and the boots are being deployed, so basically the Snapdragon Scalers effect, and we see they Leave No Witness, and Maciej really needs to represent it, or because just going to 6 and losing a card in the arsenal, I believe, is not an option at the moment. And he has no gold at the moment. The Cham is really nice from the Blood in the Water, but still, Cham is an expensive ally. Of course, it's really good, but you still need some time to deploy it, and I believe that Maciej has no time. He just needs to block this Leave No Witness, probably do some mediocre turn, maybe just deploying the Cham, and just give Bartosz back all the tempo with the life lead that he already have.
Okay, we can see the decision here. Maciej says no blocks. Bartosz is thinking about flicking, but no, there is no flick, so 4 connect, and the arsenal card is being banished, and it's Golden Tipple, the top card is being banished as well. Anka is there, and there is 6 to 21 for Bartosz life lead. Maciej is only left with 3 cards. Of course, there is a Cham ready to be deployed, and we can see port side exchange being played, discarding another ally, creating gold, drawing a card.
I think it's the third Sawbones, right?
Third Sawbones, and now Maciej can decide between which 2 of those allies to deploy, or even maybe deploy both of the allies, because Sawbones is pretty useful in defending Cham, and now we can see Cham being deployed, 1 pitch floating, there is a Death Threats activation, Ram is being used to make playing Sawbones having go again, and there is a swing with Cham. Yes. And also activated with activation of gold-baited hook. So Maciej not only managed to swing with an ally this turn, but also deploy both of the allies in 1 turn. So I think that's massive. Getting rid of the Cham with Sawbones on the table is not so easy. But we can see what Bartosz can do, and we can see that there is already 1 card being put in the block, so maybe he cannot use all of the cards in his hand very good.
Yes, as we already said, that the Sawbones really unmake the underlings if it got drawn pretty bad.
Yes.
But still, like if Bartosz manages to somehow clear both of these allies in this turn, we'll see if, because of course there is no defensive options for Maciej at the moment. We will see if Bartosz maybe just decides to go face, just ignores the allies.
But going face is one thing, but Maciej always can activate Cham to force the opponent. Okay, we can see that there is an update with our top 8 situation for now. So the first match is being played on the stream, but we have decider for Łukasz Zięba on Fi against Jakub Lemur-Siedlecki on Dorinthea, and there the Fi takes the victory. So we have first Draconic Ninja in top 4. Next match is Filip Mikołajczyk on Cindra against Paweł Romanowski on Victor. It will be probably a longer matchup, so we have to wait for this one. And the fourth match, Rafał Liwerski versus Paweł Sosnowski. Cindra Mirror, and Paweł Sosnowski takes that one. So we have now in our top 4 one Fi, one Cindra, and we are waiting for the other.
Yes. So basically we'll see if Victor will be able to take down another Cindra in our third quarterfinals. So maybe we'll have 3 Draconic Ninja, but for sure this match will be a different hero. So we will see how it goes. Sadly, our lone Dorinthea, so probably the fan favorite, got knocked out in the quarterfinals. But let's go back here.
We had a really good, interesting turn because there was a Kiss of Death played to clear Soulbones, but Maciej discarded 2
fearless confrontations
that gave -2 to Kiss of Death. So after that, the Kiss of Death was only going for 1, and the one prevention from Soulbones actually made the Soulbones stay alive.
Yes,
I think that's massive.
Yes, even with the flick of the Hunter's Clave. So, of course, Soulbones now cannot attack because it's tapped, but we see that Rigor Mortis is being discarded now. So another huge ally. Of course, this one is pretty easy with the daggers to clear, because, of course, it only has 1 HP, but the allies are now stacking up.
Yes.
Of course, as you mentioned, there is always a Cham activation possibility, and now it starts to just maybe we can even say that Maciej is assembling some kind of lock now that Bartosz is really will have a hard time clearing it, and we see another Cham being discarded with the effect, so giving a go again here, and then of course Cham after paying a steep cost to deploy him can swing for free just with tapping himself. Of course, we will have an untap step at the end, and both Cham and Soulbones will be ready to be used.
Yeah, and now there is a tricky situation because, as you mentioned, Maciej is stacking a lot of allies. There could be another Cham, but the transformation from Bartosz's side made his hero become the Black Widow. And I think there might be no window for Maciej to activate Cham before Bartosz decides to just swing full face, and with only 6 life total on Maciej's side, it might be how the game ends, because right now clearing all those allies, I cannot see any possibility how this is done by Bartosz.
Yes, so Bartosz basically has to gamble that Maciej draws little block cards, but of course then the base of the mountain that we discussed at the start of the games comes in clutch. Maciej just even if he draws a multiple allies hand, can just block with the base of the mountain, discard those allies, and then basically the dance begins once again. We see a second Cham being deployed, so now I really see there is no way to just clear them. So Bartosz basically needs to just close his eyes,
go full face.
Yeah, go full face, because there is no way of just going through with this. Of course, he has 20 life, so he still has couple of turns to just survive, because of course there is no something like Mage Master Boots in Gravy's on Gravy's disposal, and there is no Gold Team's RAM being generated, so there is not a possibility for for big turn. Of course, there is no Prismatic Lane as well, so there is not a lot of the extenders here. But of course, we see another block card from Bartosz. So maybe now the layer of the spider, so a lot of defensive tools now starting to bite him, because of course with all the defensive stuff he doesn't have that much offense anymore. Yeah. And the Sabons is finally being cleared. So Bartosz is basically IPing himself, so getting left with one card. And if I saw correctly, there is a Conqueror of the High Seas in Maciej's hand, and we see the Whaler, so it was brought in. Because maybe Maciej knew that Bartosz is gonna play a really long game with him, and now those two champs are really, and I think there is even I think I got mistaken, and it's Blood in the Water, not a Conqueror. So it's even better, because he can just keep on swinging with these champs and just park the defense reaction in his arsenal and be covered with everything. And now we even have a Rigor Mortis that will just deal even more damage with Avasti, I think, that was just being played.
It's actually not Avasti, it's Loot the Hold, I believe.
Loot the Hold, yeah.
So the swing for 6 that allows the Rigor Mortis to have an on-hit that makes... if the attack hits, Bartosz has to discard a card, and if that happens, Maciej can create another gold token. So in this situation, I think Bartosz was in the similar situations before. So he probably knows if he even has any chance to clear those allies, because if not, he has to go face. The Whaler now is really big for Maciej, and we can see that the Kiss of Death is going face. As you mentioned, in some moment Bartosz just has to go face. He cannot clear champs. He cannot clear the Rigor Mortis. I think that's what Bartosz is thinking right now. So Kiss of Death going full face, but this Blood in the Water, as you mentioned, is very key for Maciej right now. Yeah, it can block for 6 if everything lines up for him.
Yeah, so he is really well protected against any pump, and of course we don't have the boots anymore, so there is no way of giving this Kiss of Death go again. So the best part of the card, so it being flicked for 2 damage, because of course it's a dagger attack, won't be a possibility here.
Okay, we can see that there is Kiss of Death actually connecting, that leaves Maciej on 1 life total. If it did go again, and now swinging for 3. I think that Maciej could have forgot about the Kiss of Death on hit, or the possibility to swing with this card. Oh, there it is. Gravy's ability to discard a card, and it means that Fiddler's Green will give +3 life total points for Maciej, and that's huge.
Yes. Of course. And now the Meat Madness, but I'm still surprised with the no blocks. I think maybe Maciej did, because we don't see a Hunter's Clave anymore, so maybe he really wanted to get rid of the mark, so he won't be threatened by any of the transformation, as you said, because of course then with almost every of the Agents of Chaos he can just exchange his defensive card, so a defense reaction or something like that, for a +3 pump to attack reaction to one of his attacks. So now Maciej is putting, I think, the Conqueror to block, because of course now Maciej is just in a spot that he needs to survive, because the allies that he has in his disposal will just finish the game, but he needs to be careful because he is on 2 life, and of course Flick's knives are still on the table, and we see that the attack reaction was being played, and we see the blood in the water. So
yeah, the blood in water is being used. So now Maciej will probably be left without any defense reaction in arsenal, and we have to find a way to answer all the attack reactions from Bartosz's side. But yeah, as you mentioned, Maciej has to survive, and defense reactions help a lot in this game plan. Yes. Right now, Maciej is left with 2 cards. There is another Rigor Mortis left in graveyard to be played sometime soon. So the champs right now are a little bit useless because you don't want to swing for 4. The attack for 6 is better. Yes. But in the situation, the back alley is being put into arsenal. There are 2 action points to be used from Gravy, and he can swing twice with Rigor Mortis, so it's 12 damage threatened total. That's a good news.
But I think I see at least 2 attack reactions in Bartosz's hand, and we still have to remember that there are flick knives that he can flick this Chelicera to just deal 1 damage, and the most important thing that Maciej doesn't have a gold, so there is no possibility to use the Gravy Bones hero ability at the moment, because of course you need a gold, and so there is no chance to just for example do another trick with the Fiddler's Green to just gain the free HP for free here.
But you see, even though Maciej didn't create any gold this turn, he decides to threat this on-hit on Bartosz.
Yes, so of course you can use the hook to block, and he created the gold.
So now the hook is alive, and he creates gold. So that's the way to probably filter his hand in the next turn.
Yes, and Bartosz blocked with an attack reaction. That was threatening a mark. We see another Chelicera being generated. So of course it's really good because it's just a fuel for the flick knives at the moment.
The problem is that Bartosz took a gamble. I want to give +3, and I hope that there is no ally to discard for Cham. But Maciej actually doesn't have any watery grave card in hand, and I think there is no watery grave card on top because he looked with a compass, so he has to block this out to stay alive.
Yes, and there is no difference reaction presence. Of course, there is a flickness activation. Like I'm really surprised. Of course, the deployment of another Rigor Mortis was pretty good, but I feel like if we just swing with 1 Rigor Mortis or even swing with the champs, we are in the driver's seat as a Gravy Bones here, so I'm still pretty surprised, but by taking this damage with the Kiss of Death and going basically to 1, of course, then to 4 with the Fiddler's Green, and now basically we are pretty much on the back foot. We need to really represent and respect any of the attack reactions that can be possible, because we see that there are cards like that are blocking here for 2. So we finally see the base of the mountain being deployed.
I think he wants to block 9 total, because using base of the mountain, banishing, using 2 action cards to actually bump the value on base of the mountains. So I think it's a 9 in total block.
Yes, but we see cards like Golden Tipple that are present in the deck. So it's pretty much useless in this situation because, of course, we have nothing to discard for the ability. So we are still in just the survival mode, and we still, with Bartosz, we can just flick the knife, put Maciej down to 1 HP, and of course just arsenal the last card. I think with that only 2 cards, it will be really hard for Maciej to, and I saw one of them was Golden Tipple, so it will be pretty hard for Maciej to just threaten 2 attacks with Rigor Mortis this turn. Maybe he will try to just find something with the gold. Yes, I think he is just doing that. So he's cracking the gold, looking what the top of the deck brings. But of course, Bartosz just needs to keep one attack, and I think now it's Avasti finally.
Yeah, I think this is a 6 into 4 from Cham, so Avasti is there. If there's rigor mortis hits, he will create a gold. And this also allows the second Cham attack to be activated with gold keys, with gold baited hook.
Yes.
And we will have to see what is the last card in Maciej's hand, if he wants to use it for attack for 6 with rigor mortis or just arsenal it for the next turn.
Yes, he decided to reaches, see what's on the top of the deck. And so basically he's filtering the gold. So now, and because the attack with the rigor mortis is not that good. Of course, Bartosz can't give up the flick knives. They are just too important. But of course, there is a tunic with just one counter. But Maciej knows what is coming, so he really needs to find an answer.
There is a rubble, but only for 2. Okay.
Yes.
He tries to take 2 cards away from Bartosz in this turn. So this attack for 2 will be followed with attack for 6 with rigor mortis, threatening gold, creation of gold on hit.
Yes, and there is a shelter, so there is a lot of block potential in Bartosz's hand, and I believe that, of course, he digged so much that he doesn't end the turn with a gold, so there is not even, as we already mentioned, the possibility if he draws another Fiddler's Green to just discard it, to basically make his Sigil of Solace at home. So I believe that Bartosz just needs to survive this turn and then simply just flicker the dagger, because there is no summons anymore. Those are 2 Chams and 2 rigor mortis, so there is no prevention effect available.
Yeah, and also Bartosz going to 1 means that he will not be taking any more damage in this turn, and gold baited hook actually cannot generate any gold. So yeah, I think that maybe Maciej plays some shelter from the storm.
Yeah,
that's the only way to survive this flick. But we will see what this turn brings. So Bartosz is left with 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. Flick knives ready to be used. And Maciej, I think he knows what will happen in just a few seconds. The Cham is being activated, so it has to be targeted. But we buy back one of the knives.
Yes.
This knife will go straight into Cham.
But we can just flick the other knife.
We can just flick the other knife into gravy.
And I think this nail biter of a series will just finish here, because I don't believe I see any prevention effect in Maciej's hand. Of course, he won't concede anymore. Of course, top 8 is top 4 is on the line, so.
There's always a chance for Bartosz to make a mistake.
Yes, but of course Bartosz is so experienced in this deck. We have, of course, unlimited time in top 8, so players can think through. Of course, the knife is coming into the Cham. The flick knife is being activated.
That's exactly the end of the game.
And Bartosz is the winner. So the long marathon of a game is finally over, and Bartosz Dobrowolski on his Arakni Marionette will advance to top 4.
Yeah, that was very exciting match. Very good game played by both Maciej and Bartosz. I think this is how this game should be navigated from both ends. Maybe Maciej put too many allies on the table in some during this time, but it was a very close game. Unfortunately, Maciej couldn't find anything to bring back his life total up. But yeah, in my opinion, very great game.
Yes, so Bartosz knew exactly when he needed to stop to just clear the ally. He knew exactly that the only ally that he has to clear is the Sabons, to just make his flick knives basically do something again. And I think this was our last quarter final. and only we need to know the score from the Victor and Cindra matchup. So we will see if we have 3 Draconic Ninjas and Arakni Marionette in our top 4, or it's Victor and Arakni trying to just defeat those Draconic Ninjas and advance to the finals.
Yeah, I think we won't be keeping you any more time here, because we have those 2 top 4 matches ready. So we have Bartosz Dobrowolski that we just seen against Paweł Sosnowski on Cindra, so Marionette against Cindra. And the second top 4 is Łukasz Zięba on Fai against Filip Mikołajczyk on Cindra. So 3 Draconic ninjas in top 4. This match on the stream was our last quarterfinal, so we'll just grab another 2 players for our feature match, and we will be right back with another match. Hello everyone and welcome back to our Polish Nationals. We are currently on our top 4 bracket and we had some mistakes with pairing correctly the top 4. There should be some players changed because of the placements in top 8.
I mean, I believe our table was correct, but yeah, we'll see for sure. There will be a Cindra mirror in the top 4 that we will know feature on the feature table, because we'll have a Cindra in the finals anyway, so we'll choose to show you once again Arakni Marionette, because he will face the Fi.
Yeah, the second Draconic Ninja that Łukasz Ziemba is playing. So yeah, as you mentioned, Philip and Paweł are playing off stream, and Bartosz Dobrowolski will be back on the stream against Łukasz Ziemba, and those players are currently preparing themselves for the feature match, and we can slowly try to jump to this table and see.
They are finishing their shuffling, yeah.
They are shuffling up, so this will be an interesting and the faster match than the one before against Gravy, because this will be just the classic race against Fi and Arakni Marionette.
Other Draconic Ninja, so 3 of them in our top 4.
Yeah, that's correct, and there might be the second Polish national winner, because as we know, Łukasz Ziemba is one of the previous Polish national champions.
He won in 2024.
Yeah, I believe in the 2024. I think I lost in this championship, and I played against him in some of the Swiss rounds during that tournament. And yeah, Łukasz can become the double Polish national champion, but all of those 4 players are really good players, and then they deserve to become one of the Polish national champions. And we will see how this will end up. I know that Filip and Paweł is already playing, so this is the Cindra mirror, so we'll see what happens first.
Whoever wins will probably get a small break before the finals, but yeah.
We were joking that the Cindra mirror could end up before this match starts, but we will see how it will end. We can see that Bartosz is checking Łukasz's deck list, as the players are eligible to
making sure that he know every card that Łukasz will present.
Yeah, they can see if there are any tricks in the toolbox of the other player. Łukasz is looking confident, he knows everything that he has to do, and Bartosz is just making these final checks.
Yeah, but of course, since Bartosz was higher seeded, because he won the Swiss phase, he will be able to choose whether he wants to start or go second, and yeah, he will probably...
I would assume that he wants to go second.
Probably just go second, yeah, that's right.
They are already prepared, so final shuffles. Łukasz is already presenting his some of his equipment.
Yes, his weapon, but yeah, it's probably the only weapon he has in the list, so there is no surprises.
He is not forgetting about Phoenix Flame out of his deck, because the Fi ability means so. We haven't seen Fi for some time in the meta, actually, because the Cindra was dominating, but after Fi receiving some extra good cards, I would say, he's back.
Yeah, that's right. Back and into top 4, and maybe even more. He's probably hungry for more. He's waited so long to do so again.
And that's correct. You can see that Bartosz is looking at something, maybe as previously, to grab something to drink. But we can talk about the equipment that Fi is presenting. So there is a classical Mask of Pouncing Links to make that one turn go pretty big.
So yeah, there is no threat of Mask of Momentum like Cindra does, but also, of course, there is no Flick Knife, so the mask wouldn't be so
useful.
Useful.
And a Mask of Pouncing Links can search for when your attack action hits, you can search for any action card in your deck that has 2 or less base power.
So basically it's usually used to grab a finisher, yeah?
Yeah, grab a finisher like Lava Burst or something, Tenacity, that counts how many cards your opponent blocked with. or Salt the Wound that counts how many times you hit throughout the turn. But usually it varies from 5 to 6 value on that amount of pouncing links. There is also a Furnace to block 2 and later block 1. So 2 block with Temper. There is a Shuko 2 block with Blade Break Bike. But usually these can give +1 value throughout the turn because it gives the second attack with 2 or less base power +1.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Phoenix Flame is usually one that you always get throughout the turn. So it might also generate value similar to flicking in Cindra. Usually less, but
yes,
it's always
a bit harder to do it every other turn, but yeah.
Yeah, and there is a boots that can prevent 1 as well as block 1, and on preventing is with tapping your hero. But yeah, we can actually see that there is Łukasz is starting. There is a
count, yeah, for 5 because of the Spreading Flames he played at the start of the turn. So it also gets +2 for the effect that he faces Arakni, of course, and +1 from the Spreading Flames because it's checking the base power of the card. Yeah, so it's gonna be 5.
The Spreading Flames here is very interesting because I don't think there are many better cards to Arsenal on turn 1 or turn 0, but maybe there is the second Spreading Flames left in Łukasz's hand, or some defense reaction that he values more playing versus Arakni.
And also his first turn look pretty good. 2 damage already been leaked, and we'll see if Bartosz chooses to block with his last card.
Yeah, if he does so, maybe the last card on Łukasz is like Lava Burst for 6. Oh no, there is just the card to put in Arsenal. I think pretty okay turn from.
Not only did he leak some damage, but also Arsenal a card, and we've seen that Bartosz was forced to block with Leave No Witness, the card that he'll probably wanted to use in this match as much to threaten the arsenal of the Fi.
Yeah, like on hits against when you're playing Mario, the on hits against aggro matchups are very important. So the Leave No Witness, Mark of the Black Widow, those are the cards that they want to play.
Those are for sure the best ones. Yeah.
And we can see that Łukasz is doesn't want to get marked. So the first 2 Hunter Claves threats are blocked, one by Furnace, the second by Prevention, with Boots of the Omnisword.
But it's followed up with equipping Chalicera at the first turn, so yeah, pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great about that. So +3 on the attack, and there is
card for 6.
Yeah, I know what this card does, but I don't remember the name.
No. Yeah, so Art of the Desire.
Art of the Desire, we believe that on-hit banishes the top card of the opponent deck, and if that card is red, you draw a card and also gain one health. That's pretty.
As Fi is Draconic Ninja, there probably are many red cards.
Not as many as in Cindra deck, because you have to pitch for your Ember Blade.
Yeah, but so your deck is all built around pitching usually 1 blue cards a turn. So
yes. And we can see that there is as much Bartosz is presenting as much damage as he can. He pumps up this attack because he knows that there are more chances that their top card is red than it's not. So he will end up with Arsenal no matter what.
Yeah, so there is a banish. Banish is a Phoenix form, and also due to the effect, Bartosz gain 1 HP back and draw a card which he arsenaled. I didn't catch which card it was, but we'll see in a moment. And yeah, we see another Spreading Flame from the Łukasz.
Yeah, so in turn 0 he drew one of the best cards in the deck, and in the next turn he drew another copy of that card. So sometimes you have to be lucky, like it's top 4.
But it's not always easy to use it that well. So we'll see how much value will Spreading Flames get.
Yeah, but for sure playing with 5 cards total it's pretty okay. Also, this is probably the best turn to activate Mask of Pouncing Links, so Bartosz may try to focus to block every attack action on hit.
Yes.
Now we can see the calling, I believe.
The Flame Call Awakening.
The Flame Call Awakening.
So he will search for another Phoenix,
in his
get
deck,
it to his hand, and swing for 3 with a go again. So he will be able to play another Phoenix, or maybe pitch it, or use it to other cards' effects.
It will be at least 2 value because of the Spreading Flames.
Yes. So it's 2 is like a baseline, yeah. So it's probably gonna be more, and even with the Spreading Flames, it's getting even better. But right now it's 3 go again.
That Łukasz just puts go again on the top of his combat chain because everything probably will get go again in this combat chain. That's actually pretty useful. Also, the second Phoenix Flames, the Phoenix Flame will activate Shuko, so it's like another point of value here for Łukasz.
Yeah, depending if it will be played or maybe discarded to the use of effect, but yeah.
Yeah, and now it looks like Bartosz just takes 3 damage here, and Łukasz is probably thinking about Mask of Pouncing Links, if he wants to activate it right now or wait for another attack to hit, or maybe it is not the turn he wants to activate it. We'll see, but he is thinking about that for sure. There's only one card in the pitch zone, one resource in the pitch zone for Łukasz, so he's not able to swing with the Ember Blade, but he is activating Mask of Pouncing Links. I would assume this should be Lava Burst, and this is the first card that Łukasz is taking away from his deck by Mask.
If I'm not mistaken, I've seen the third copy of Spreading Flames in Łukasz's hand too, so there will be Spreading Flames, Phoenix, and he's also able to play Lava Burst from the Banish this turn.
Yeah, we'll see. He'll probably play this card, the Spreading Flames, as it lines up well with his resources this turn.
It depends maybe on the arsenal of the card of the arsenal, but yeah.
I would assume there is something with Go Again in the arsenal, like 3-4-0 Go Again, or that, because if this would be defense reaction, it would have been used turn before probably, but
yeah probably
we'll
right.
get to see. We don't know what this is that is in arsenal of Łukasz.
Okay, so there is
second Spreading Flames as you mentioned.
So the last one, and it still didn't get pumped, so 3 Go Again.
But everything later, like the 2 Phoenix Flames we know about, and the Lava Burst will be pumped, so it will be 3 Go Again into 4 Go Again into 7 finisher.
Yes, plus there is possible playing from the arsenal too.
Yeah, 3 Go Again. The second Phoenix would be pumped up by Shuko as well, so it would be 4 Go Again. And Bartosz is just deciding, okay, that's all I wanted to block in this turn. My other 3 cards are very useful in attack, more useful in attack than in defense. So
yes, so 5 abilities activated to get the Phoenix back. So 4 Go Again. We are finishing with the Lava Burst for 7.
And the Go Again token was just taken away by Łukasz. I really like that.
So it was like 23 damage in total, but yeah, the mask was used that turn. So
I think taking 7 value out of mask is
for sure
the higher the ceiling for
sure. It's what you want from it. Basically, for doing it for 6, it's already good, but yeah, 7 value is even better.
Yeah, when I was playing 5 or against 5 back in the days when it was popular, like taking the tempo with the mask is what you want to do, and then finish the opponent up with having this tempo. And now I believe that's what Łukasz wants to do. Now you can see that there is a flick with Celicera. I always have the trouble with pronouncing this card name correctly, but okay, there is a judge call, so I will just quickly go grab a judge.
Yeah, we'll need to grab a judge because there was block 3, and they are discussing the flick knives probably, because Bartosz so yeah, that was something like Bartosz declared to use his flick knights, if I'm not mistaken, and then they are still discussing how some things will function.
Yeah, the judge is already there. I think they are talking about something specific.
Yeah, it seemed like the flick knives usage was discussed, but yeah, we cannot hear the players, so we are not quite sure.
Yeah, so Bartosz decided to close the combat chain.
Okay, so there was no knife flicked. Interesting, but then it's also Codex of Frailty, so creating Ponder and Frailty, of course, and Bartosz chose to put Madness into his arsenal.
Yeah, that's also interesting. So maybe he doesn't want to get rid of the second Hunter's Glaive, so he doesn't have any ability to get your opponent marked.
Yes, and also he needed the stealth card to get a buff from a non-attack action he played previously. So
That's
it's
correct.
gonna be for 6, of course. The Codex effect does not affect Łukasz because he already has a card in his arsenal. So it's 6 with potential effects.
That's correct. And I start to believe that the card in Łukasz arsenal is some defense reaction, but he didn't just have any good spot to use it correctly because the previous turn was attack for 6 bumped into attack for 9 that he didn't block.
Yes,
Right now there is attack for 6 that he
also
doesn't want to block.
his hand was way better to use it offensively than trying to block potential on hits. So this time he already blocked with 1 card, so it was a blue one, so it might indicate that he just drew 2 blues and he didn't really have a way to clear use it. And yes, like you said, it's just a thing below, so defense reaction, but 2 damage still will be dealt.
And that's pretty, I think Łukasz just changed his possibility of getting disrupted from 2/3 to 1/3.
Yes, that's right. So only there is option to get card from his hand banish, yeah? Not from the arsenal. And
You are not pretty okay.
I'm
And
not
he rolled.
Sure,
I think
it's,
he rolled
one,
the
so
card
yeah.
from your hand, and that's the worst option for Łukasz. But sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have to be lucky. Łukasz was lucky with drawing Spreading Flames. Right now, Bartosz is lucky with rolling a dice, and that's how it is sometimes. So
only 2 cards in hands to work for Łukasz. So he swings with Ronin, Renegade, Frigo again, and maybe he will just arsenal his last card. I didn't catch what it is, but he probably want to have. Oh yeah, okay. So he swings the blade even though he has a frailty token, so it's gonna be 2 with a go again.
yeah, but he drew 3 blue cards, I believe, as he also banished a blue card from. It was not a blue card; it was a red card. So
red one, yep.
maybe he forgot about Fealty, or maybe his plan is to not put anything other than defense reaction in
would
arsenal.
probably be that case, because we've seen only 1 copy of Leave No Witness, so like 2 more are still pretty likely, and of course the 2 codexes.
Yeah, we can see that there is always one. There was 1 pitch left to bring back the Phoenix Flame to threaten 1 more damage, and now we can see that they both see the same, the Łukasz's hand together, as there is a cut from the same cloth that gives +4 to the next dagger attack this turn, but also forces your opponent to reveal their hand. And if there is any attack reaction, they can mark them. But as you mentioned, as you said, there are no attack reactions, so no mark.
2 blues for Łukasz, defense reaction and the Blaze Headlong, so their hand doesn't really work well into the offensive aspect, so maybe we'll see more of blocking this turn.
Yeah, I think the best what Łukasz could do is block 6 with a blue cards, send 1 Blaze, and save defense reaction for Arsenal.
Yes, that seems like the baseline decision we can make, but we'll see which on hits will Bartosz represent.
Yeah, and how Łukasz navigates this hand.
Yeah.
For now, Łukasz is counting some cards in Bartosz graveyard. I think he is considering arsenaling Blaze probably, because he doesn't want to have this arsenal card threatened. So he thinks maybe I can send it, maybe I can block with it, let's see.
The usual extender, like we need to use them in the Cindra, are not that valuable for the fight because there is no Mask of Momentum threat, and we also seen already all copies of Spreading Flames. So putting that card in the arsenal and getting possible disrupt later, like the Leave No Witnesses, might be devastating. So I'm not sure if that's what will happen, but yeah, he takes 5, gets marked, and we'll see that Mark of the Black Widow, is played. So
yeah, the +1 effect from Marionette hero ability, also threatening on hit with Go Again. But also what came to my mind, playing Warmonger's Diplomacy might be some option for Łukasz. So there is a cut from the same cloth being played. There are codexes, there are some other non-attack action cards.
Yeah, we didn't see any saviors yet. That might also be what Łukasz checked.
Yeah, it may be some kind of disruption for Mario for sure.
So in that case, we'll probably see block 3 and then usage of Shelter from the Storm to just block 7 in total.
Yeah, we will have to see. I saw that Łukasz grabbed 2 blue cards to take them to block. Maybe the initial plan to just block out any on hit and send 4 with defense reaction to Arsenal could be his final decision, but we can see that the game is actually really close at this part of the game. We can see the 6 defense value is put in front of Mark of the Black Widow. But right now, I think every decision matters as the game is very close. Right now, Bartosz is taking some tempo for this match. He throws 5 to swap into Tarantula, but there is a Mask of Deceit waiting to be put to block to just swap in whatever he wants. And Łukasz is stopped his aggression and just puts defense reaction arsenal to block some E-shell, so some very valuable on-hit from Bartosz.
Yeah, exactly, block some crucial on-hit, and especially arsenaling the defense reaction also allows him to play around Leave No Witnesses like we mentioned before.
Yeah, that's correct.
So 4 without any Go Again, so it's gonna be his whole turn.
And now Bartosz is not instantly putting his Mask of Deceit into block. That's what usually players do when there is not very useful transformation for Marionette players. So that may indicate that Bartosz's hand is not very, very great. And we have to see... Okay, so Mask of Deceit actually stays ready to be used in some future turns, because right now Bartosz is just taking 4. So he will be having 5 cards to attack. And now we can see the Saber Bloodshed. So maybe playing the Warmonger.
And we also might see the small note from the Łukasz's side. So yeah, it's something he thought about it, but yeah,
that's correct.
To take the line we mentioned. So yeah, so it's 5 with a Go Again on hit. Will also draw a card.
That's correct.
And yeah, since we have a Tarantula, it also will cost another life.
Yeah, that's correct. And Łukasz probably doesn't have any way to stop flicking the dagger to draw a card with Saver. So maybe depends on his hand. It may be a time when he says, "Okay, I will take everything you throw at me and try to attack with all I have." Because if I block this attack, okay, this attack is blocked. But there is always a flick on the line that draws this card no matter what.
Yeah, so there is basically no way to prevent Arakni player to draw his card.
Yeah, and right now we can see it's +3 on the attack, so the attack is bumped to 8, so actually making this attack cost 9 life, cost Łukasz 9 life because of the... Whenever dagger control hits a hero, they lose 1 life.
And he will probably take it all anyway, because using the defense reaction when you still will get hit, it's not really a thing you would do, especially in that matchup that has so many on hits.
Yeah, and Łukasz is down to 15.
So there is basically no life difference.
But there are 2 cards still in Bartosz's hand to attack with.
Both players at 15, well, yeah. Hunters Glaive following up, so probably Bartosz just drew another blue card.
Yeah, one, and Łukasz is saying probably no blocks, so taking one, getting marked. We'll see if that matters in any way.
Taking one and also losing another life to the Tarantula, so down to 13, and we are finishing with Command and Conquer, which of course cannot be blocked by the defense reaction that we saved before, so that's really painful.
That's really painful, and Bartosz is not flicking a knife this turn. That's a little bit surprising because this is the only time when the flick takes 2, not 1 health points, and leaving Łukasz on 5 would be quite okay. But yeah, Łukasz didn't hesitate for a second when he saw Command and Conquer. I have to fret as much as I can to just go back in this game. So there is a 4-go again. The great card to play against Marionette, Hunt at the End of the Rafts, and that says that basically it's 4-4-0 go again against Marionette.
Yeah, and also marking, but for the fight,
it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's correct.
So 4 go again and 3 more cards, but Łukasz, seems he's smiling, but it seems like he's getting a bit nervous. He feels like the games may slip away.
Yeah. The previous turn for Bartosz was very, very, very great for him.
Not only was it great, but also the Command and Conquer on the end was just devastating.
Yeah, and Bartosz is a really good Marionette player, so it doesn't surprise me that he navigated this game to this moment. Right now he's definitely in a favorable place, but it still can turn some other way. And okay, we have confirmation that Filip Mikołajczyk is right now locked in the finals. So the Cindra mirror was won by Cindra, surprisingly. And we'll wait, who will Filip be playing against in the finals?
Yeah, and we are still in a bit of a tank. Bartosz is... Oh, yes, he's deciding.
Grabbing Mass of the Seed, putting it back, and yeah, finally it goes to block.
And we'll see a roll.
Yeah, because the Łukasz is not marked.
Yes, that's right, and there is a 4, so the Arakni that gives a go again.
Go again, I believe, yes. Discard a card, give the attack +3, self-attack +3.
Bartosz still has his full hand. Maybe it will be able to use it.
Okay, now we have follow-up with Ignite, so 2 go again, 3 go again because of the Shuko, because Hunt has 2 base attack. They are discussing something. Ignite discounts the next Draconic card or activation. We'll see how Łukasz uses that.
So down to 10, and then we're having another attack. And in the response of the attack being played, Fai will grab his Phoenix Flame to discard it to the card's effect to draw another card. And of course it still has a go again, so another 4 damage. So this turn is getting bigger and bigger.
3 go again, and this might mean that Łukasz will actually threat Bartosz's hand. We'll see how it will end up. I would imagine that the best card Łukasz can have right now is Lava Burst in his hand.
And like you said, he didn't even thought about blocking the command, so it might be the case that it's actually a Lava Burst.
Yeah, Bartosz is having 2 cards in hand. I think he decides what to block with, because it's getting more and more tense for him. He was like, okay, I'm in a good spot, but right now, after this turn from Łukasz, it's tried to get closer and closer between those 2 players. Now Bartosz is having a bit of a thought about blocking. And yeah, I would say that those last few matches on these nationals that we have on the feature matches are really, really good Flesh and Blood games. I would say so.
Yes, like the match against Maciej on Gravy, and now this one.
Yeah, those are pretty good. Okay, I assume that Łukasz has some defense reaction arsenal, as he played few of them against Marionette. And right now Bartosz is left on 3 HP, and Łukasz sometimes has to survive again 5 card turn from Bartosz. let's see how it ends up. We can see
already
some hands.
took a resource from his tunic, but then he changes his mind. But yeah, and plays pump for the dagger and another
+4 for the dagger, +3 on the stealth attack, and this rounds up to
8, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, 8. But there is no go again on this dagger for now. So Bartosz has to find any way to give it go again. For example, using the hero ability.
Yeah, that's right. So +3 and the go again.
Yeah,
after
+3 go again.
discarding a card. Yeah.
Łukasz, I saw Sing Below on his hand, and we are not sure what is in arsenal, but I will assume it is some costly attack or another defense reaction.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we are
blocking for 4, I would assume.
Or of our equipment, it's at least 5, I think.
Oh, okay, there's Tarantula Toxin.
But there is a Toxin, so it's gonna be
11 against 3
right now, so...
So right now 8 goes through.
So
but there is a Sing Below in Łukasz's hand, we know that.
Oh,
okay, 2 Sings, and he's thinking. So yeah, there is 1. He draws a card from it. There's second Sing.
Second Sing Below triggers. So at the moment he's blocking
everything.
All damage, yeah.
There's always the hero ability to be used to...
And that's exactly what is happening, so it's gonna be 14 right now.
So, Łukasz will be taking 3 damage, down to 4. He still has a life advantage, but there is a last card in Bartosz's hand. It's just a plain 3. But Łukasz has to block it because of the flick knives.
Yeah, that's
right. Yeah, I would say a really good turn from Bartosz's side as well. So both of the players found a really good turns with really a lot of damage threatened.
Yeah, not only was he able to use the Tarantula Toxin with a full value, but also have threatened almost all cards from Łukasz's hand.
Yeah, and now Łukasz is thinking what he should do with his last card. Doesn't look that good for him. Sending one card doesn't threaten Bartosz's hand, so but he just does it. 4, blocking with boots and tunic for 2. That would leave Bartosz on 1 HP.
Down to 1, but with a full hand and also still with flick knives. So
yeah, and Bartosz is really confident with this block. So I would assume his hand is looking pretty good. So one without go again for now, but there is always option to flick with Hunter's Clave. Now Łukasz is thinking, what is the possibility for me in this match?
I mean, it's almost impossible to block correctly without defense reactions against attack like we seeing right now, because there is no way to tell how many attack reactions, how many instances of go again or other attacks will still be presented. So without any defense reactions, it's almost impossible to do it. So in that spot, we sometimes need to take a little gamble, like we see here.
Yeah, Łukasz decides to give just a free block here, but we can see at least 2 pumps in Bartosz's hand, I believe. So there's flick for now, -1 getting marked,
down
and
to 3, and also pumps.
Yeah, there is a pump.
The attack.
Give it go again.
And there are both Tarantula Toxins and on the mark, so it's gonna be...
And that's the game, yeah.
And there still was Tarantula Toxin and the third
so
attack reaction, yeah.
The classic Marionette hand. Okay, so we have our final of the Polish Nationals 2026. We'll see Bartosz Dobrowolski on Arakni Marionette in the finals versus Filip Mikołajczyk on Cindra.
And yeah, since Bartosz was higher seated, he'll probably go second, so he has an advantage in that matchup, but for sure, the players still discussing.
Yeah, it was really close game.
Yeah.
Probably the most crucial part of the game was the command and conquer, going at the defense reaction of Łukasz.
The turn that Łukasz Arsenal got blown up and he basically lost for value. There was a spot that he might have played the defense reaction before, that, but he just chooses to wait for better on hit, I would say. But yeah, the command was punish.
That was really tricky turn to navigate.
Yes.
I would say
For sure.
So we will not be taking barter for interview for sure.
We'll
let them focus on the final.
Like some time to recover after.
Breathe. Grab something to drink, and we will be back in the finals. That will be commented by Wojtek. That is current world champion. So I think that would be a very Polish national champion. And Polish national champion, and we decided that it will be a very good transition for him to comment the finals.
Not only comment, but also greet the new national champion.
And give him the statue, I would say it, so we'll see you back in a few minutes with the finals. And finally Cindra in top 8.
Yes, so we are back, and we'll feature our last match for today and for our nationals. And as we said before, it's gonna be a Cindra against the Arakni. And yeah, the matchup similar to the one that we see in the semi-final, but yeah, for sure it's gonna be another interesting one and on the edges.
Yes, so Bartosz a third time, so we could have seen his whole journey throughout the top 8.
Yeah.
Facing in the final against Filip. So pretty interesting finals. So we will see if the die roll that gives such an advantage for Bartosz being the winner of the Swiss. So the first player after the Swiss will still be a factor here in this matchup.
So for sure he'll go second. Yeah.
Yes, and we see that he already dismantled the fight with those pesky command and conquers. I saw from the sidelines that it was really devastating the last couple of turns. So we will see if Filip will manage to overcome that. And of course, after the whole weekend of emotions, of really good plays, we will finally crown a new Polish national champion.
Yes, we will. You know the feeling of being the national champion. So
yes. So I will just have to give the trophy to the new generation.
Yeah.
And the only casting is left for me. So it is what it is. But
yeah, it happens to some of us, yeah, at least. But yeah, I see they are almost ready. They are still shuffling a bit, but yeah, we had a bit.
Yes, I think our players are just getting ready. Of course, the last semi-finals just finished, so of course before such an important match, we gave our players some time to rest. But I think they are already shuffling up for the game. As we can see, both can just say that they achieved a gold foil for top 4, and now of course the crown jewel, let's say, of the weekend. So the title of national champion of your country is on the line, and we see how dominant Bartosz is on his Arakni Marionette and how much of a force Cindra is in our Polish metagame. And Filip is very well known Cindra player. He won a lot with the hero, and to be honest, those were two of my favorites to win the tournament. So it's really impressive that they're meeting the finals.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like both of those players had a great last 1 and 2 years. So yeah. Seeing them both in finals, it's showing that the Flesh and Blood is still a great competitive game. So yeah, we'll see how the finals go. They are both seem relaxed and happy about sitting there and seeing each other.
Yeah, of course. Filip doesn't even hide that he, of course, will play the kunai of Retributions. We all know they're probably the players already studied the deck list. They know what to expect. So we will see the pick of Flesh and Blood being hopefully displayed during this last round.
Quick reshuffle of your opponent's deck and we'll be ready to go.
Yes, as you mentioned, we are like 99.9% sure that Filip will be the player that is going first. Of course, it is displayed that Bartosz only managed to get 1 loss during the Swiss round, so he is, of course, have the privilege to choose the starting player, and in such a explosive matchup, this is a huge advantage.
Yes, so they are showing up their equipment, and seems like pretty normal setup. We've seen it before, so there's no surprises at that point.
Yes, and we see the omnipresent boots of the Omni Sword that are really important to prevent this first flick of a dagger, and we will see if it will be Arsenal pass for Philip, or he will try to push some damage turn 1, because I believe if he is lacking a starter,
yes, so he will need to swing with a dagger.
Yes. And then, of course, he can flick, so he can push at least 1 damage. Of course, if there is no shelter from the storm, but let's see, because I think he has to filter this hand, because, of course, if he just Arsenal and looks at the random card from the top, he doesn't really want to start his first real turn with pitching a card to the dagger.
Yeah, that's correct. So we'll probably see the dagger swing, or maybe he'll just play another attack just to throw a dagger to just filter at least 1 more card.
Yes. So he's really thinking it through, but it is what you said. So we see that the first Kunai of Retribution, and we will see if Bartosz will be blocking this card, because of course if you put a real card in front of just the attack for 1, you can leak even more damage. So, but
usually it's not what will happen, but this time he needed to pitch holder card just to swing with a dagger.
Yes,
so
yes, of course.
That might change the Bartosz decision.
Yeah, so we are going 3 go again. Probably there will be another card, and I believe we will play the Blaze Headlong. So now with a breakpoint, and probably we will see block with 2 cards or just 1 card and leaking 1 damage, because of course it's really good here in this situation. So Philip can flick the dagger, rebuy the dagger, because there are 3 draconic chainings, and I think it's one of the best case scenarios. So he is leaking 2 damage in the first turn of the game, and still manages to arsenal the last card.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so there will be first turn for the Arakni.
Yes. We see Codex of Frailty, one of the stronger cards in Arakni Marionette disposal being drawn, but I think the only attack that Bartosz blocked with was under the trapdoors, the attack that you really don't want to buy back.
There is no threats from the grave yet, so it's not that great of a turn yet for the Codex.
Yes, and we see with the pump to the dagger, we see the whole hand from Philip, and it's really, really good. He has a starter, he has a 0 for 4, and he has a defense reaction to just...
Yeah, when he needs it, yeah. So I'm not sure if there will be an on-hit that turn, so maybe he'll keep the defense reaction for the next turn, yeah.
Yes, because I think in this matchup from Philip, I talked with him quickly before the game. It will be all gas, no brakes, so probably this 5 damage. He still thinks about it, but of course I think he will just take it. Of course he is getting marked, so we will see the first transformation of the game from the Arakni Marionette, but it's just a vanilla damage, so Philip just needs to output more and of course this thing below to the arsenal is a really nice addition, protecting, for example, against Leave No Witness, or if it gets drawn.
There is actually Mark of a Black Widow follow-up, so 4 with an on-hit.
Yes, so probably this one has to be synced, because of course it will banish a card from a hand, so I think this is the prime target for the thing below.
That's right. Oh, but we are checking. We are making sure that we know how much of a threat it is. And Philip still thinks, so he probably don't want to block, but he feel like he probably is forced to.
Yes. No, so he's thinking about, of course, what kind of attack reaction Bartosz can have in this spot to just so he won't destroy his turn. So he's blocking it for 4
with a fairness, yes, trying to preserve the defense reaction and playing around possible attack reaction from the Bartosz.
Yes, it's still a really good turn, because he is able to keep the card in arsenal, and the Ignite as a starter plus Blaze Headlong, and we are going to number 2. So we saw a lot from the Arakni Marionette players already, that probably the Ignite, that is the starter, will get the mask immediately. So we will try to get the Chelicera as fast as possible. So I think it will be a no-brainer. Just quick block from Bartosz. He played this matchup probably so many times that he will just do it. But still, the follow-up for Filip will be a dagger, a 4-go again, into 3-go again, into flick of the dagger. So pretty good turn from of course the card that he have to give for the on hit.
Especially that the Arakni that he is currently having, he threatens the arsenal, and we are almost sure that the defense reaction that Filip kept will be there. So there is not really a great way to use this Arakni.
Yes, so I think that by far the best case scenario transformation for Filip here, but of course you can cheat a little bit with the Mask of Deceit. So I will see if Bartosz decides to do that, because he's still thinking. I thought he will just as other Marionette players will just transform, because I don't really catch the last game against FAB, but I'm pretty sure he used the mask pretty late in the game. So
yeah, that's right, but he was able to equip Chelicera early in the game with other cards, so yeah, there was no need to do so. And he still have both of his daggers equipped, so maybe that's why he's waiting with a swap.
Yes, so we see that of course they were stuck, they are stuck on top of each other, so I didn't realize that the flick didn't yet happen, but we are blocking with a really good card with upstick and run, and then we have the one follow-up, and we will probably see 7 more damage, of course 8 with the flick, so pretty good turn overall for Filip, and of course this defense reaction that's gonna be put into the arsenal is pretty huge to stop the offense, because of course we already blocked with one of the equipment sweep, so the furnace only gonna block for 1.
Yeah, so another 3-go again attack whole heals, yeah?
Yes, probably this is a must block, probably for Bartosz, because the next attack he knows that is a Blaze Headlong, of course, from his the information that was given by the pump to the dagger, so there will be a pretty difficult breakpoint to cover.
Okay, so he'll take it away and get Mark.
Yes. So maybe Bartosz has a defense reaction in hand. Well, let's see how he wants to cover, because this Blaze Headlong threatens a mask draw.
Yeah, that's right, but Filip didn't use his flick previously, so he would be able to extend the mask anyway. So
yes, but of course on the last card in his hand is the thing below,
that's right.
So there won't be another attack. So this probably is a must block for Bartosz, to just not to give Filip any additional attacks during this turn. But of course this is a pretty problematic breakpoint. Of course there is always the one block on the boots that is pretty free and probably will be used in this turn.
Or maybe even we are reconsidering putting the mask.
Oh yeah, and yes, the mask will be used.
And that seems to be a case, yeah, but we'll see. That's the final decision.
Yeah, so blocking 5, and look, let's see what he transforms into, and it will be the one that is giving go again.
Yeah,
right?
I'm a bit surprised.
Yes,
we needed to have a bit of a pause, but yeah.
I'm surprised as well. Yeah, so I got a little bit stunned, but of course, Bartosz is a master of this deck, so he probably knows, he planned his whole turn around this transformation into Arakni Redback, and he starts with a Mark of the Black Widow that he, of course, can make hit and he can give it go again with, of course, Arakni red back.
Yes,
and
it's
also
probably gonna be 6 go again, and also the Codex of Royalty will be used.
Yes, and he can, of course, make an Arakni red back, discard a Tarantula Toxin, go to 6, and then flick a knife to make Philip marked, but of course there was the thing below, and there was no thing.
Philip is already marked.
Yeah. I didn't realize as well. So it's different mark token. Yes. So
yeah, that's right. But yeah, the usage of thing makes
but we
the
have
codex even better.
Yes, we have another thing below in hand, so we can cover this easily with the thing, and hopefully for Philip there won't be any good ponder target for Barter, but Barter didn't even think about it, put it straight into the arsenal, so probably the card that he drew was pretty good, and of course the Blaze Headlong was chosen as one of the best turn extenders, so we probably just gonna do 3 this turn, try to get 1 card from Bartosz, and just end the turn with the Blaze Headlong in arsenal to make it 4.
Yeah, because right now it will swing only for 3 because of the frailty token that Codex created.
Yeah, but pretty interesting turn so far. There is still no Chalice for Bartosz. He still has the tool, Hunter's Glaive. The Tunic goes to 3, so the turn might be big. He might be just taking this 3 damage and just trying to play a 5-card hand with a Tunic up. And there is a lot more blocking that I thought it will be in this game.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow start, I would say, but there is another Codex of Royalty in Bartosz hand, if I seen correctly. So
yes, there is also a trap being deployed. So I think it's inertia
trap.
Yeah, but of course it didn't have the
attack.
Yes,
the condition wasn't made. The attack wasn't bigger than the base value, and now we are seeing the Kiss of Death.
Luckily for Philip, because it would be devastating if this Blaze Headlong would have gone to the bottom of the deck.
So Kiss of Death connects, so not only hitting for 4 and additional 1 life loss, but also with the Arakni Marionette ability, it will also gain go again since it hit marked hero.
Yes, and now we see we are attacking with Hunter's Glaive and flicking the Kiss of Death. Of course, it's a dagger attack. I think the only one. So it can be flicked for basically 2 damage. So pretty big damage output for Bartosz this turn. Of course, he would have preferred not swinging Hunter's Glaive because it's pretty for just the one, because it's pretty inefficient. But of course, he drew the blue. He didn't need to block anything from Philip's side. I think Philip was just thinking about using the Boots of Omniword to prevent the flick.
I think it's preventing the damage from the glaive, not to get marked.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, because of course he can't get marked by a flick anymore, because of course he flicked the Kiss of Death. So Philip is preferring not to be marked over taking additional damage, and we see a Fate for Sin. So it's a really unusual defense reaction in Cindra. So we see that Philip is really prepared for this matchup with a lot of those defense reactions.
Yeah, that's right. So the Fate for Sin will block the Leave No Witnesses fully, and we are back with 3 cards hand plus the arsenal for the Philip.
Yes, and we're starting with Art of the Dragon Blood with Felty being popped for it. So one of the best starters, 4/0, making your other attacks, draconic attacks, cost 1 less. Of course, we don't see a lot of 1 cost in the Cindra list anymore because of the new additions like Dracofire. So we can be like all red line deck at the moment, but it's still one of the best turn starters.
And we are following up with another 3-go again that on-hit flicks a dagger.
Yes.
But this one will be blocked.
With a frailty tab. So it's really, really good here. Because, of course, we know that there is a Blaze Headlong in Arsenal. So if Philip wants to deploy it here, it will the frailty trap will basically get an additional value, but probably this will be the last attack of the turn.
Yes, so like before, if Philip wants to get full value from the Blaze that he put in Arsenal, he needs to wait a turn.
Yes. So the daggers are bought back. We are on life, on equal lives total basically, but it's Bartosz's turn with the initiative. But we see that it's only attack with Hunter's Clave, and probably during the attack step there will be a discard of Shelter from the Storm.
Yes. So before the reaction step, so. There was no possibility to throw.
Flick the dagger. So it will probably prevent the flick in this turn. And we see that Bartosz pitched another Codex of Frailty. So it's another one of those power cards that Philip doesn't have to worry about. And this Shelter from the Storm is really good in this situation, because of course a lot of the cards that are really strong in this matchup, like Savior Bloodshed, like of course Mark or the Black Widow, just need the hero, the Cindra, to be marked. So,
but still, we are gonna to flick only to get
to
rid of your daggers probably. So we will equip. Yeah, Chalicero, it seems so, and yeah, it's finally happening.
Yes, and another Codex of Frailty. Of course, Philip don't have to discard because he still has this Blaze Headlong, and he still be under Frailty. So for the third turn in a row, I think. So he really needs to get rid of it. But now it will be an attack with Kiss of Death for 6. So threatening Philip to go down to 22. He will see if he has a working hand, and I think he has. So he has an Ignite into a Dagger attack, into a free go again, into a Lava Burst. So really good free card hand. Yeah. Of course, Ignite is really important to just get this free Dagger attack to extend your chain link to 4. So I think Philip will probably just take this 7 damage, go to 21, and try to play the hand. Of course, the Ignite is not at its best. Of course, with the frailty, the dagger will come for 0, but it's still a turn extender to make this Lava Burst alive.
I was a bit afraid because they've missed the Chalicera before, but yeah, finally it hit the champion. So yeah, it's close to him. So yeah, it's Kiss of Death for 6 due to the buff from the previous non-attack plates. So with an additional on-hit, of course.
Yes, we will see if Mikfield is thinking about blocking it. I think he is, because of course the Ignite is losing a lot of its value because of the frailty, and he is blocking it for 5, but there was a dice above his flick knife. That means he had still 1 prevention floating from the discard of Shelter from the Storm, and we will see how he will play this 2-card hand, so 1 card in hand and Arsenal.
But this time is finally the Blaze.
Yes.
Without any go again, because there was no red card played, but for free because of frailty.
And he is left in hand with the Lava Burst, so he is hoping that there will be no more disruption from Bartosz's side, and he will be able to play this full 5-card hand with the Lava Burst as a finisher.
And also he flicks his dagger, so 4 damage in total. And we'll see how Bartosz will respond with his own 5-card hand. He still thinks a bit. But yeah, okay, so we got a slot.
Yeah, we have the perfect information that there is no defense reaction in the hand. We see a very interesting card in a Scar for a Scar. So if Bartosz is playing a 5-card hand, probably Mikfil, so Filip Mikołajczyk, will be lower than Bartosz in this situation. So the Scar for a Scar should be alive, so should have natural go again.
Yeah, it would be active, but there was also Oath of Loyalty, which
which is a non-boy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of hard to set up or play correctly, especially without the fealty. And like we see, Filip don't have any right now.
Yes. So let's see how he wants to play. Maybe the Scar then will be an arsenal target. We see that Bartosz is just playing Tarantula Toxin, so one of the best cards in the whole game, in my opinion, just as a pump for free, because of course Filip doesn't want to block it, and the turn finishes with Leave No Witness, even with a card in hand, so he's threatening this Lava Burst. So let's see if he wants to block. Yes, and he does. So he is giving up the fairness, so there will be no more blocking of this breakpoint if he gets targeted by more Leave No Witness. So let's see how Filip wants to play this turn.
So Bartosz is having a life lead and also an arsenal, so yeah, he probably is getting more and more confident, but also changing. There is a 5, if I'm not mistaken, so the Tarantula.
Yes. So the one that is making daggers deal.
They are rewind for a bit because there was a Chalicera hit this turn, so
there is no transformation.
Cindra should not have been marked anymore, so there won't be a transformation. And we are starting with Oath of Loyalty.
Yes, and the Bartosz has a Shelter in the Storm in hand, so perfect answer for this Oath of Loyalty. So I think it's pretty bad turn for Filip, because of course he won't be able to convert this Lava Burst that is in Arsenal to 5 damage.
I mean, he would because
he can
just
pitch.
created.
He just created the faulty. Yes.
So he will be able to use the Scar for a Scar still.
Yes, and now we play Layer of the Spider in the reaction step to mark Filip. Now, of course, we immediately cracking the fealty, doing 4 go again, exactly on the right life total, so just 1 below.
That's exactly what Filip wanted.
Yes, and we will be able to flick a dagger, play Lava Burst, and even rebuy the dagger, so it's so good. And
6 more damage is coming Bartosz's way, but he still will have full hand.
Yes, I think that the Shelter will be used now in combination with the boots. It will cover the 5 damage perfectly. So the Shelter is really huge draw here, because of course the mask is not active, because I think the second chain was fully blocked and the dagger was not flicked. So it's just vanilla damage. So he doesn't need to use the boots yet, but probably we will see if he wants to just take the damage and put the Shelter into the arsenal for like threatening on hit, or just to stop the mask next turn.
Both players take some time to check what they have already used, what they still have in their decks. So
yes,
yeah, they are adjusting their game plan.
So let's see how Bartosz wants to deal, and the Shelter is deployed, the flick is happening, and of course the buyback of the daggers will be happening. So we will see how the Bartosz's turn will look like. Of course, if Filip stay marked, and we will finally see another transformation, but still for some turns already this tunic is on free and it is not being used.
Yeah, there is no like a great lineup for tunic to be used, but
yes.
Okay, so yeah, Spinneret buffs the
Art of Desire body, right?
Yeah,
yes.
So it's gonna be 7 on hit, and we are sure that on hit will.
Yes.
Yeah, hit the red one. So
yes, and we are playing
take up the
mantle and transforming the attack into this devastating on hit. Philip will have to banish a card from his hand, so a really big swing here for Bartosz. Basically perfect hand from him. And
yes, not only did he did like 10 damage, but also strip a card from Philip's hand.
Yes, and he of course Philip still has a 3-card hand, but now being at 8 life against Arakni Marionette with still Flick Nice active, and because of course when you just have to start blocking those stealth attacks, then the of course threat of Tarantula Toxin that I think we saw only one this game is much more present.
Yeah, especially when Philip won't draw like more any defense reactions, it's really hard to block the Arakni correctly without any informations and defense reactions.
Yeah, we see the 2 Fire Strike Tenet, so hopefully Philip has a Draconic attack to use this buff because it will go 2 ways, because of course it's a ninja action only, even though it's like fully red, so it seems Draconic, but maybe he has some follow-up because now he can, if Bartosz blocks this attack, he can flick a dagger, and if he really has a Draconic attack, it will be super big and it will threaten a mask on hit.
Yeah, that's right. And since he chose which card he banished, I'm sure that there is a Draconic.
Yes, because he banished a Draconic attack, yeah. So I think one of the best 3-card hands that Philip could have gotten in this spot, and there is a shelter being discarded.
Yeah, so we are actually doing it before the attack reactions can be made, so there is no flicking in the response.
Yes, and we see Blaze Headlong for 6. So there is shelter prevention, but there is the Fate Foreseen that will just cover it perfectly, leave Bartosz with 2 cards, and we are on 8-8. And we will see if Bartosz can start threatening Philip to start blocking with the cards, because we see another great hand. I think I saw Cut Through, but this is the card that the Tunic was waiting for.
Exactly.
Yes, so we can flick the Hunter's Clave, and now it's, what do you do in this situation? You just block it, you get Tarantula Toxin. It's pretty difficult situation for Philip.
Yeah, there is a possibility that you can block it with a Mask of Momentum, but it might not be a time yet, or maybe you're just trying to gamble. Maybe my opponent doesn't have another attack reaction, but yeah.
Yes, I think with Bartosz being at 8 life, there is no way on Mask of Momentum triggering this game, so it might be a good time to block with it, but we'll see. Of course, Philip played the Cindra so much that he knows best what he should do in this situation. Of course, there is one more mystery card in Bartosz's hand, so let's see, because if he can convert this hand, I think he has 16 damage in hand, so he has Snatch, 2 Ravenous Rebels, and a Cut Through. That is, of course, being a 4-go again if the daggers connect, so it's...
it might be a spot when he takes a gamble, yeah?
Yes, so there is no attack reaction, or he just blocks with the mask, and he goes down to like low life total, because he had such a big damage output in his hand that Bartosz is the one that will be have to start blocking. But we see that one of the cards are being put sideways, so probably
preparation to the block, but there is still... Oh, okay, we're still thinking, yeah. Because sometimes you need to take a line that might seem a bit different or unusual, but Yes, you need to play for the win, not just not to lose that turn, not to lose another turn, but find a way to win the game.
Yes, I think he's thinking about blocking with the cut through. So he was just checking the discard pile of Bartosz, looking at this Shelter of the Storm, because it would be really devastating play to just cover the flick, and of course then the cut through is just a 0 for free without the go again, and then he can't deploy the snatch anymore, but it's still just a 2 block. There is of course the possibility of the Tarantula Toxin at all times, because of course we are blocking a card with stealth.
So if he chose to block with at least one card, he'll probably need to put mask as well.
Yes, and but of course we are still probably gonna see another card from Bartosz. We have a quick snack break during the block phase. Because of course we can flick the Hunter's Clave, and of course if this Chelicera will connect, we will draw another card and extend our turn even more. So the cut through is being put to block. We only blocking for 4, so the Chelicera will hit anyway.
So yeah, there is a dagger flicked. So
yes, we are getting marked. We of course buff the Chelicera now to 6 because of course we are attacking a marked hero, and we even see an attack reaction to 9. So he is taking 5 damage in this situation, going just to 2, and there will be a card drawn from Bartosz. Let's see what he has. He just immediately puts it into the arsenal, and we will see an transformation.
It didn't adjust the HP yet. Oh, okay. Bartosz is just doing it. Yeah. So a really hard spot for the Philip. And
yes, and it's even a trapdoor, so it's like a nail into the coffin. So there is another another blocking card being represented. So even if Philip somehow threatens this lethal damage on Bartosz, he can just block with those additional cards. The additional trap being presented by, of course, transforming into number 6.
Yeah, so we'll probably see at least 4 cards for the Bartosz turns to work with, and of course the flick knives, and Feeling being only on 2 HP, it seems unbelievable to try to win it back.
Yes. So we see that he finally transformed into the trapdoor. We see the Ravenous Rubble, we see the Shelter from the Storm, so pretty good card in this situation when you really need to stop this flick knife activation. But I think just the attacks that Bartosz will represent in this situation could be enough to finish this game. Of course, it's the best free card count Philip could have hoped for, so it's 12 damage, but we still have 2 block on the equipment, and just with the card banished from the trapdoor is just too much resources to overcome.
Right. So another Ravenous Rubble, so 4 go again. It's threatening. It's a little currently, but we'll probably just block it with 1 card, or the card we banished previously with a trapdoor. Bartosz is still thinking how to navigate this last turn, or maybe 2.
Yes, but still he just took the damage. He still has the trap in his disposal, so he can expect the last card to be just for damage, because he saw the cut through being blocked with. So it's basically he can read the situation here. I think that the trap is gonna be deployed here. Then he just needs to block with 1 card from his hand. He can even give up the tunic, of course, to cover the snatch, to not give Philip the card draw.
Especially that he knows that it's a shelter. So yeah, you don't want your opponent to arsenal the defense reaction for free.
Of course. So the tunic is not gonna be needed anymore. Of course, it was used perfectly last turn for the needed resource to attack with the Chelicera. So we will see a block for 4 and a 3-card hand plus arsenal. With Philip being at 2, it's pretty huge task to overcome.
Yeah, it seems impossible almost, but yeah, we'll see what will happen. I can't really read the hand for Bartosz because a bit of a blurry, but
yes, he's really trying to hide the cards from us, but so we will see what happens. I guess live.
Yeah.
So how this game will end, because of course those are almost the last turns of the game. Even now, if he,
as long as he didn't declare no blocks, we are fine. Yeah.
yes. So of course only equipment for Philip is just the flick knife to block for 1. So it will be really difficult for him. Maybe if he draws like 2 defense reactions, so he can discard the shelter from the storm and then block with 1 more. I see pain in the backside. I see lava burst, and we see madness. Yes, and with Bartosz having 2 other cards in hand, we can expect some buffs to it. But of course, probably now just the on hit is a death of Philip.
So is the best on hit.
Yes, best on hit in game. Yes.
Yeah. It's threatening a lethal, so
yes, but still, this card is really impressed me during this weekend. It's a big addition to this Marionette deck. It's already a couple months old from the Armory deck, but it's basically a must block if you have the arsenal, because like 66% of the time the on hit is just too devastating for the aggro decks to overcome. So
that's a huge swing, huge value.
Yes, so we will see, because of course if now Philip just starts blocking with his whole hand, it will go nowhere because of the flick knives. Bartosz will just finally draw one of his retrieve cards or just Chelicera makers and will just flick Philip to death.
Yeah, that's right. So there is a hard decision. Maybe Philip is thinking about blocking if without using the shelters and try to arsenal 1 copy and then maybe draw another from his deck to prevent dying from flickeries, but I'm not sure if it isn't the 3rd copy, but I might be mistaken.
Yes.
So we are blocking with 3 other cards.
We're pumping it up to 6 just to get rid of the card that was the stains of the red bag. He just wants to find those retrieve cards as fast as possible, just turn through his deck, so draw as many cards at the end of the turn as possible.
But it also gave the go again, yeah?
Yes, I think so as well. And Bartosz knows that the only card in Philip's deck, Philip's hand, is now the shelter from the storm, so basically he knows if he can deal 7 damage this turn, he will just be the Polish national champion. But still, he can just chill, maybe swing with the Chelicera, with the last card in hand.
Even swinging with Chelicera is like a great value.
Yes, because of course Philip then has a decision, because if he doesn't block this Chelicera, there is a decision if he wants to put the shelter into the arsenal and just try to get another one to not die from the flick knives.
Yeah, so it basically depends on whether he will be able to draw it, but there might be some
judge call about maybe go again or something like that. So we will see what is the resolution here, because of course Bartosz has perfect information about Philip's hand. He for sure knows that the card in his hand is the shelter.
Yes, because it was seen from on the top of the deck by the Ravenous Rubble plate.
Yes. So
we are currently have no information about what the judge call is about.
Yes, but of course we will see if it will be resolved quickly with our judge team here present at the venue. So we will just wait, but still, this is exactly what I expected from the final. So super close game, basically a nail biter. Both players at 2 HP, just trying to fight for this coveted title. So we will see how it gets resolved, but I feel like Bartosz from the beginning basically is really in the driver's seat this turn with the attack with Chelicera for 5 into the draw of a card.
Yeah, that's right. There are always like the disruption or getting really good value with his hands.
Yes. I think that the by far the best turn was the take up the mantle one. I think he leaked 10 damage during this turn and banished one of the Philip's card from the hand, of course, transforming it into a mark of the Black Widow. So we will see how this will be resolved. So players are still checking their decks. We see like the stack of cards. So this I thought this game would be a lot shorter. As I said at the beginning, from the basically start of turn 1, that there is much more blocking that I expected. So
yeah, that's right, especially from the Philip side. Yeah,
yes.
Not only the Fate for Sins inclusion, but also the things like he really tried to get as much value as he can from every of his cards drawn.
Yes, so we are still waiting for the resolution. So just in those final moments to see who will get on top. Players are still discussing some things, probably just chatting right now. Waiting.
Maybe they asked for the champagne to start the celebration earlier. But
yes, just waiting for the head judge probably to come back, because of course we want to get everything right with the rules during such an important match. So
yeah, that's right. But yeah, so many aggro decks.
Yes, but it is always like that in Poland, right? So so this is like a land of the ninja, we can say. So we are far away from Japan, from Asia, but a lot of ninjas here. So it's always like that. If I have to bet, Cindra will be most represented decks.
3 Cindras, 1 Phi in the top 8.
Yes, and 0 Osilios. And from 14 Osilios, so regarded by many that it's one of the best deck, because it's so hard. It's even, of course, it's not that big of a tournament. We have, I think, 112 people.
Yeah, that's right. And the 10 rounds.
Yes, but of course, against Osilia, you have to just basically gamble which version of it will be. If it's the arcane version of the like we can say Briar version, so all 0 for force lightning attacks.
I mean, there is of course a possibility to scout the meta. Oh, okay, so the judge is back. Maybe we'll get a quick resolution of the problem, and we'll.
Yes, but it didn't. The Osilia didn't convert at all. On our national, just was destroyed by all the Cindras running around on the top tables, and we see that it's Saver bloodshed into a swing for 5, right?
Yeah, so they are still.
Yes, so we see that it's exactly lethal. So Bartosz, so Philip needs to put his flick knives and this shelter from the store just to not die or to not let Bartosz get a card into his arsenal. So I think it was really necessary to put these Flick Knights in front of this attack. But we see that this hand is converting very much. There is 2 pain in the backsides. So a lot, a lot of go against. I think this, and I see 2 Ronin Renegades in Philip's hand. So 2 blocks at least. So I think this game is just over because I think it's it's 2 pain in the backside and a +3 pump. So so Bartosz, when he sees these 2 cards, he just knows that this is over. So Bartosz Dobrowolski is our new Polish national champion.
Yes, so Arakni take it all. Yeah, was a great top 8. All 3 of those games that Bartosz played on our feature table was really close, but really navigated well, and he just show us all why he is currently the best Polish player, and he will be crowded as such.
Yes, so now players are discussing immediately what Filip could have done differently. So this shows the level of our players, that after such an important match, they just want to improve even more after such an intense final. So, but once again, congrats to Bartosz, really deserving champion, really master of this deck. So there couldn't be more deserving champion than him.
Yeah, and we will try to get him here to quick conversation with the former national champion, and
Yes, so hopefully we will see. Of course, we already heard on the venue big celebration, big ovation for our new champion. So let's give him a couple of minutes to just get the emotions down a little bit. But
we'll for sure get him here for you.
Yes, he already was here, so he's, I guess, happy to do the interview with us. So we will for sure get him here and talk a little bit about the whole event. So for now, we will take a quick break and we will come back to you guys with the champion. Hello, so we are back, and I'm back with very special person today. So a winner of the whole tournament, Bartosz Dobrowolski on Arakni Marionette. Basically, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
We could have seen a lot of your journey. You were on stream almost, I think, 5 rounds total. So we could have seen your plays a lot. So we were really like emotionally connected to you. Of course, we had this interview yesterday. You said you feel like a fish in the water, let's say, in Classic Constructed. So you show the mastery of the deck, and of course you are rewarded with this beautiful trophy. I feel a bit nostalgic, of course. I feel like I'm handing over the baton here, but of course there couldn't be a more deserving person to give it to you than you. And of course this beautiful sealed gold foil envelope. So how do you feel after the win?
I feel amazing. I'm happy it was all streamed. The games were all pretty close. I think it was a good watch for everyone that enjoys Flesh and Blood competitively. And the quarterfinals, I was obviously worried because the matchup isn't my favorite, and I was every game today was quite tough, and I had to play this Gravy in second to the last round already. Managed to beat him, and I was rewarded going first seat into the top 8 by playing him again in the quarterfinals. So I wasn't quite happy about that. And the game was super close, and there was like a cool moment where I attacked his Sobons for free, and he taps Sobons and discards 2 freaking Fearless Confrontation.
Yes.
So that was like one of my I think that's the core memory for my Flesh and Blood journey so far.
Yes, so really the first seed gave you a lot, especially with this 2 Draconic Ninjas in top 4. Of course, the going second there is really huge, but I know you a lot. You play Mario like almost exclusively. You of course top 4th the last Pro Tour with it. So yes. So you are really achieved with the deck. Of course, you get another trophy with the deck. How do you feel it's positioned in this meta game?
Oh, I think it's a really good deck. You had to adapt a little bit with the playstyle. You need to be prepared for the boot of Omni's Ward. I had a game yesterday where my opponent just kept it on the board for like almost entire game. It's important to find the spots where you present your opponents with a decision that looks very tempting for them to use the boots, but in reality you have the plan A and plan B. What if they do? What if they don't? It's a bit similar to Cham. Like, it's really hard to play around Cham, so going into your turn into Gravy that has Cham, you have to have like plan A, B, and C, and it's a bit similar with the boots. So I think it takes some adapting from Mario players, and I think when time passes, players will adapt and maybe start topping the tournaments again, because his recent run worldwide wasn't that impressive, but yes. I think the deck is still amazing.
Yes, I saw not a lot of Mario converting, but of course you did. So can't not see a shirt that you're wearing. Of course, recently you joined Team Table 1, so of course one of the best teams in Europe, like even worldwide. A lot of great players are there. How did joining such a team help you in preparing for this tournament?
Oh, it helped drastically. We test a lot together. I get a lot of feedback from them, especially for the limited portion. It was such a great privilege to be able to learn from them the limited format. It really reduces the amount of time I have to put into the preparation, because we can discuss, analyze the games together, and basically I can come to the right conclusions in way easier and with less repetitions than without those amazing players. So yeah. It feels great.
Yeah, of course. So of course the the big testing gets rewarded. So that's why FAB is still such a great game. We already discussed that such a two great players met in the finals, of course. So I think that's all. Do you want to give any shoutouts?
Oh yeah, I want to shout out every of my opponent today. I mean, every game was close and every game was hard. Few cards difference, and then someone else could be crowned. I was lucky to be first seed. I had to earn this hard way. I lost all the die rolls today in the Swiss, so it definitely feels good. Thanks to everyone that supported me. I got a lot of messages already congratulating me, so thank you all. And I'm really happy we could share this on stream so much.
Yes, so that will be it from Polish National Championship 2026. Now it's time to celebrate. So once again, congratulations, and hopefully we will hear you guys next year with this amazing tournament once again.
Thank you. Bye.